Hello. Okay. Modern challenge starts in not so long. Not so long at all. What have we got? 3 minutes. And yes, Stream Deck is working. PC issues occasionally, so if we crash, we'll come back. I don't really know what I'm going to do with the brakes, but we'll figure that out on the fly. So yeah, that's about it really. I can't remember how many players, like how many rounds you end up with here. Okay, kind of. I'm going to hit 100 players. Hope we don't hit 128. I think that's the break for a new. So yeah, 65. So this is a 7-round event currently. It would go up to 8. Okay, well let's hope that doesn't happen. But I don't know why I'm doing this challenge. I haven't done one in, I couldn't even tell you last time I did a modern challenge. Not sure if my kid was alive, so bit of a while. Let's do a bit of a run through with the deck list, shall we? And I like to consider the curve a bit more like those are 2 drops, those are 3 drops. But this is where we're at. I guess those are not really a card till turn 4. So then when you look at it like this, it's kind of like a normal curve. Pretty long 1 drops. Which is why I won the 2 prismatic endings. I'm really not sure on the split between these cards, but I just hate feeling cold to turn 1 Magavan. And obviously post board I get quite a few toys. I get Forge Tender specifically to help with that. So that it's less of an issue, but yeah, I still quite like the split. I think you can make an argument for 1 and 3. 2 and 2 is fine, I think. You know, like against Blood Moon, I think Prismatic Ending is slightly better. That is only slight, because you still need to be able to get to 2 basics. Whereas with Leyline Binding, you need 1 basic and 5 others. You know, like 4. You know, like if you have 4 mountains, plains, it costs 2 less. So yeah, 3 mountains and a plains would cast this. So this is situationally different. They're just different, aren't they? Like Leyline Binding is worse against other Leyline Bindings. It's worse against Disenchant, Force of Vigor, cards like that. So I think you can argue a split. Originally this was in the sideboard and the Talis Tracker was in the main to help grind, but I think that's necessary. Oh, we're started. Okay. Whoops. I need to press that. Let's go play a game of Magic instead of rambling about the deck list. I didn't get far, did I? I went through Prismatic Ending and Leyline. Okay, Keruga, Elementals or some sort of control list, but either way, this hand's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's pretty reasonable against everything in this format. You know, this is just a good hand. Like, I guess what it's missing is, personally, I'd quite like Wedding 6. Would top this hand off just nicely, but we just have like a lot of what we want to be doing. You know, having sort of removal that's pretty flexible, that's good. We have ways to try and fight counter spells, blah blah blah. Let's hope they're not a Blood Moon deck, but that sort of suggests they're not, but it doesn't guarantee it. For a counterspell deck, this isn't resolving. I'm kind of tempted just to run out the Dryad. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Yeah, now I've drawn that, I'm definitely going to just run out the Dryad. I am expecting counterspell. When we don't find counterspell, it's kind of a bit awkward. But if we draw land next turn, I could play... Yeah, so actually what I really don't want to see is Teferi. So I would imagine they have Teferi. We have blue and white. But we can't play around it. But if they don't have Teferi and we draw a land, we can play our own Teferi as like bait. They're playing Teferi. Ugh, gross. Dried comes back. Okay, that's interesting. As is that. Perfect. Okay, so let's start with Teferi then. So now they have to counter this. I mean, they don't necessarily have the win here because they don't have... I'm just going to put it on top and start again. I'm just going to let that happen and then just go again. They removed a Jace, so I honestly don't know what that means. I don't know what they're playing, but we'll just try again next turn. Let's just donk for 2. They very easily could have counterspell here. They could have Solitude. I'm going to choose not to search, I guess. That's a bit annoying. Let me put Teferi on top. I'm not going to shuffle it away. They've got 2 cards in hand, so I feel pretty good here. Pick up Keruga, I feel even better. Not cracking this, obviously. White, white, blue, Teferi. Right. Let's crack on, shall we? Wait a second. Let's just... No risks. Let's play this. Right, with that in mind, play 1, 2, 3, 4, pick up Dryad, pick up land, play land, pick up Lotus Bloom. Seems pretty good. I'm going to just tick this up. I think you can argue for ticking down as well, but I can't really use the draw. You can use the draw, like if you find a draw, it's great, but we kind of knew they didn't have counterspell because if they did, they'd have played it. They wouldn't have picked up Keruga. It feels like actually there's a really good chance they have Prismatic Ending here, and that's why they got rid of the seal of removal. Maybe I should have Teferi bounce my own Tameshi for value. I think you can make a pretty strong case for that. Oh yikes. Okay. Well, did they just remove Keruga? Yeah, so... Okay. Not really sure how I feel about all of this, but... Yeah, so F6 value, good idea. Suspend. I hate missing out on a draw. The reason to tick up every time is so that when you do get a cultivator you can bounce it back with the Teferi, but the reason to tick down is if they have more prismatic endings and cards like that. Big Teferi's their last card and they drew a land. Oh, gross. Gross, gross, gross. Okay. I think I just remove that now, don't I? So I can have many targets. I don't really want to join a card every turn. not going to play that. If I draw a Cultivator, I'm just going to jam it and try and draw 2. Downside, if I draw Adami's Call, that line disappears. Okay. I don't know how long I sandbag 3 lands. It's quite a few. I'm going to play one of them. And then I'm drawing Teferi this turn. Okay. Not ideal at all. So we run this out, target here, and then we play our own Teferi. On the... what do I want to resolve? Do I want the Teferi to resolve or the Leyline Binding? I'm actually not sure. Obviously this Lotus Bloom doesn't resolve now. I actually think I want the Leyline Binding to resolve. I mean, they know my contents of my hand. Well, bar those 2 cards, obviously. Okay. I'm going to put it on top because I have many lands. Let's get rid of that. This just feels so awkward. So if I draw and play Teferi next turn, I'd have to downtick it to draw a card. So then I'd probably want to bounce this Subtlety. So that, but then, I don't know, if they then remove my Teferi, I've given them another removal spell. We are in an awkward spot every turn here. If they have another counter spell, which they do. Okay. I don't have long left. If their Teferi down ticks and pings my Leyline Binding, I'm kind of snookered a little bit. It's too many free cards. Yeah, that's too many free cards. I'm gonna play this fetch because I don't want them to mess with my library. Okay, only 1 card left. It needs to be like exactly counter spell or... Play this because it can attack. It's not great. Yeah, I've just played the fetch line to try and distract them from, or discourage them from upticking Jace. Right, I think this is just going to be too much for us to handle now. There was a window where maybe if I downtick the Teferi, bounce the Tameshi, they would then prismatic ending the Teferi rather than the Tameshi, I would have thought. And then, yeah, where do we go from there? I don't know. Is this maybe not attack now because they're protecting the Planeswalkers? Yeah. Let's see what we draw. I mean, when this gets countered, I'll just scoop. Yeah, that was always pretty likely to resolve, wasn't it? As quick as we can. Let's get the tracker, the 2 Veil of Summers, the silence. No, where is he? 1 minute. Oh, my kid was hiding and scaring people. Right, I might want the Endurance. It's kind of like maybe. This is the definitely want pile. This is the maybe pile. I want less of those. They're pretty bad top decks. Don't think about Prismatic Ending. Yeah, right? Yeah. On all of them. I'm going to keep Sealer's Removal as like a protection spell. I don't think... In fact, I might just cut all the Leyline Bindings, maybe leave a Prismatic Ending in the deck. I mean, what am I realistically tagging? It's like Teferi, Jace. It's not great stuff. And then I could put in Endurance just as a flash beater. Or I could play another Lotus Bloom. Lotus Bloom's really good in turn 1, that's the thing in this matchup. I could actually see us just like not wanting to go long and trying to cut it a bit shorter, and then Wargate's the weaker card. So we'll try it this way. It's not bad. This is a bit weird. It's a one-off, it doesn't really... Like, it's not easy to find. But they could just have like random Rest in Peace or something, and I'm gonna need to find it off of like Tracker Omnath, Fairies, blah blah blah. Because even though like we have a reasonable fair game plan, we still need to actually combo eventually. That's the big thing. So it's disappointing to lose the first round in like these kind of events where we haven't played forever. Okay, I mean this is a good hand. Let's... I mean it is a matchup where you want to make your land drops, but... So tucking a land isn't perfect, but I do like these spells in general. And we saw the opponent actually Prismatic Ending a Sealer Removal earlier, so... So they care about it, at least some. I don't actually need the black Tri-land. Oh wow. They kept a one lander, which is Bezeju? Surely not. Their hand must be nutted. Are they just misplay? I mean, we were just drawing the nuts. Well, we probably would have shuffled away though. I mean, okay, I guess. Well, I mean, tell me anything different, does it? Let's just run it back. I wonder if I could find his deck list. No. No, I can't keep that. Can keep this. I'm going to tuck the Dryad. If I had a Ren and 6 in this hand, I would keep Dryad, but this hand combos reasonably well. But yeah, the black Tri-land is only there for one reason, and that's Leyline Binding, and we've sided them out, so you don't need to go get it. Unless you needed white-red. But we don't, we want blue. Right, it's actually still white-red, isn't it? Yeah, what am I on about? Okay, right. I think this turn I'm going to run out Eladamri's Call. I don't know what I'm getting though. I think you can make a strong argument for Tracker, and you can make a strong argument for Goblin Engineer. Either way, let's just kill two of my things. My two Veil of Summers. My deck with just two Veil of Summers. It's really tough. I think I'm going to go with the Engineer because Chaka's not really online next turn. I don't know. This is quite a rough spot. Probably need to wait 2 turns, I think. That's what I want to do. I think I just want to wait. No, okay, right. I'm just jamming Tameshi and then returning Lotus Bloom. If they have subtlety, Veil Someone doesn't stop it anyway. Is that right? Oh, I need to read my cards more. I think I need to read my cards. Right, what's this card do? Its owner puts it. Choose up to 1 target spell. Spells you control can't be countered. You and permanents. Yes, it subtlety does nothing against it. So let's jam it in and see what happens. Expecting Solitude, but honestly it's kind of like not a big deal at this point. I just want to draw the card off Tameshi and take 2 off them. Because my hand is lines up so poorly with Teferi, I think they've got us, because like this Jace is just a nightmare. It's kind of ironic that I've just drawn that now. Like, that's actually a really useful card if I had a Tameshi. Jace is like, it's not just draw 3. It's not like draw 1. It's like draw 3, put 2 bad ones back, shuffle. Like, it's just so strong. He's shuffling away bad cards every time. Just super strong. Playing another Teferi. Big Teferi. No. Okay. What is this? What is this nonsense? Okay, I mean, like I said, we're in pretty bad shape. Let's play the seal. Let's play a land, play. I'll play an engineer. If it gets countered, I'm not too fussed at all. Well, that's fine. That bit's fine. That's also fine. Unless they have graveyard hate, in which case it's a nightmare. I just want green. If you have like Rest in Peace here, that's pretty bad. Okay. I mean, what can I do? What can I do? Okay. I'm going to play a Veil of Summer and hope they don't have subtlety. I think I should have played a land and played Aladami's Call first. Okay, well, that's gone. And then they're going to have Solitude again, are they? I guess they could have Leyline Binding, which they do. I do have a Besiju. Can I go off here? So this costs 2. This is a white. Guess we've got to give it a go, haven't we? 2 cards left in hand. Right, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 mana. 12 mana stuff can't be countered. Is there any... 12 mana. I need 9. I think it's F6. I think if they have a removal spell, like, for example, Solitude, it's already been used. 3, 6, 7, 8. Right. So we leave the land in play because this is an extra cultivator. I think we've won. I think anything that they could have we would have seen by now. Wow, I don't think we're going to win that. Right, okay. Done. So now we need to... We're going to play our Dryad, we're going to play our Teferi, we're going to bounce the Cultivator back, and then we're going to Wargate up a... we're going to Wargate up a Valakut, and we're going to kill him. Pretty quickly, I would have said. Right, let's start with the Wargate. Get the Valakut, play the Dryad. Never play that. Oh, you. Play it to Fairy. Mouse a Cultivator. Got him. We've got enough lands in hand already, so let's just shortcut this. Let's just get him dead now, shall we? There's nothing that can stop us now, right? Whoops. Playing lands the wrong way around would stop you. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. done. Up there. Boom. We beat turn 3 to Fairy, turn 4 Jace, turn 5, and they had all this stuff. Solitude, Besiege, Prismatic Ending, Leyline, Ren and 6. I feel fortunate to have won that, to be fair. I don't really know why I've pressed that. It's just, I don't know what I'm doing. I shouldn't have messed with that. Anyway, 1 of 7 rounds. 1 of 7 rounds done. Perfect. Tick that off. I think the right move here is to leave the stream running because, yeah, that must have been a mistake. I don't really know. Game 3 just, I mean, can we, I don't know if you can re-watch Game 3 back, but that just felt like it shouldn't have happened. We can't replay the match, but it kind of felt like we shouldn't have been able to do that. Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? Because like, it seems like they misclick kept their hand in game 2, but maybe they kept a 1-lander with Ren and 6. But even still, on the play, that is properly loose. But then, so on the flip side, if they mulligan and we had a reasonable hand, like, I think it was a hand with Veil of Summer. So like, would you don't know how that game's going to go, right? So we could have won game 2 anyway and then had that game 3. But game 3 didn't feel like we should have been able to win. When they had Jace plus Teferi and we couldn't get going, like, we were like messing around with the Goblin Engineer, you know, like, it just didn't seem like a game we could win, but we would have lost to Subtlety. It's as simple as that, really. If they had Subtlety, then the Veil of Summer doesn't stop them interacting with us and we just lose on the spot. But luckily we drew our 1 off Besiege, which made a big difference. Anyway, I think for my quality of life, I kind of want to keep this as like one long video if I can. Maybe quality of life is not what I need. Maybe I just need to brew. I mean, I've actually sold like all my collection except this deck mostly because I wanted to see what I'd won recently, and it was more than I expected. I had 100 ticks, so that's pretty good. Which is why we're here. Pretty much, it's why we're playing the challenge, because this deck's been really good for me for a long time, and people kind of don't give the deck any credit unless it's, well, it's never won a challenge. Well, like, yeah, but no one's playing it. Pull up another stream with a note that you're waiting for a round. Oh, okay, so if I put a stream up here, like of someone else playing, and then go back to my trusty old paint and go, okay, well, let's watch people like Canister. Let's watch, no, actually, Amulet or Young Dingo. Nah, Amulet. Right. On break until round 2. Wow, that's annoying, isn't it? Let's go to that. Dr. Combo. Who's Dr. Combo? Madison, it's been so long, man. Like, how was your cruise ships? And how's Vegas? That's more important. Right. Okay. So that's just gonna sit there. That's gonna sit. Just. Oh. Wait a sec. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go up here. That's gonna go there. I know, but now I can't see Good work. Good work. People don't give it any sort of like credit for being a good deck because it hasn't got a result other than 5-0s, but there's just no one playing it. The one player that did was Gabriel Nassif, and with all of due respect, like, he's just not a combo deck player. Like, he made the deck. I mean, I know people can make misplays and have blind spots and stuff, but I saw him call for Omnath when the opponent was tapped out and he had lethal. Like, against a deck that couldn't interact, he had lethal, and he called for Omnath instead of calling for Tameshi to kill the opponent. And at that point, I was just like, well, okay. The guy's clearly a good player, but like he's just not a combo player, and that's fine. But yeah. Also, can my mic settings are saying that it's fairly loud, but is everything reasonably okay? I don't know if they're okay or not. Now you got me thinking about lockdown, as in the card. I hope. I hope you're not just like having flashbacks to COVID. Oh, okay. Cool. Lockdown's a good card. Yeah, I can't really like. Cheers, thanks. Yeah, I can't really say much more than that, really. Like, there's quite a few decks that are really low to the ground, and it just picks off. You know, every time it picks off 2 cards, like, you're pretty happy about it. So yeah. So are you're B-Rack? Is that right? There's only 5 matches in progress. It's probably not worth me even going for a walk. I think I'm gonna just refresh. Cool. I mean, I think you've seen, have you, that I run a split of Prismatic Ending and Leyline Binding, and I started on 1 Leyline Binding, but you can't really justify the black tri-land when you only have 1. I went up to 2. There was just a few situations where, like, it'd be really good for it to cost, because, like, you know, you can't play it on turn 1. You just can't. Even, you know, you're going to get a black tri-land and then a breeding pool, and then you could play it on 2, but it'll only cost 1. So it's sort of like, well, I could just play my breeding pool untapped. It's not like I've got other things to do with that. Oh, actual Leyline. Okay, actual Leyline. My thoughts on actual Leyline. I do bring it in against Yawgmoth. So Leyline of Sanctity, yeah. So yeah, against Yawgmoth, I think it's really good because they have Necromancer, Endurance, and Thoughtseize, and all of them are pretty big beatings because of how quick their deck is. For what it's worth, I think we're faster than Yawgmoth as a combo deck, but we're not when they have interaction, and our interaction is way worse than theirs. They can play through interaction. They can play through our interaction better than we can play through their interaction, I guess is more accurate. It's not like they're always better against all interaction and we're always weak against all interaction. It's not that. It's just the way that the matchups, the cards line up is really, really awkward. And Leyline is really good in that matchup. Like, I'm using Veil of Summer, but it's nowhere near as good. Because Leyline sometimes are 2 for 1, 3 for 1, whatever. So yeah. The matchup that's on screen right now is getting quite interesting. They have 5 power on board, but Mistaken has potential here to do 8, I think. So they can double strike and they can haste. So that they could do more. Can he activate this twice? I think he can play the bounce land, pick up the Slayers and play it again. I think your Lockdown would be... It's a card I would play over Prismatic Ending or Leyline Binding. So yeah, it's better than what you're already playing, but it's not like, it's not going to swing the matchup for you. It's not going to swing it from like bad to good, but it would swing the what is it matchup? What am I trying to say? The hammer matchup. Although the hammer matchups I think is reasonable anyway. I think it's fine. They're quick. Their nut draw's better than our nut draw, but their average draw is worse than our average draw, typically. And our interaction is okay-ish. Oh, he had the lethal and they had the living end. I think his game's over fairly soon. What's he got? 4, 7, 10 power coming down. So now Mistaken needs a Primeval Titan. With regards to Leyline of the Void, Leyline of the Void, there was a list at 5-0 that had Leyline of the Void, Leyline of Sanctity, Defense Grid as the sideboard, and it was kind of cool. And I did try Defense Grid and Leyline of Sanctity, and they're both very solid cards, very good cards. I never tried Leyline of the Void because I just never liked having uncastable cards in my deck. It's just uncomfortable with it. But I think I don't know, but I think Scam's an okay matchup anyway. Voidwalker's rough, but Bunton Forge Tender does a hell of a lot of work, and their clock is relatively slow. So I'm not... And you've got Veil of Summer if you don't register Leyline. I think any deck that's trying to go Grief, Undying, Grief, like, you're going to lose to that some of the time. And there's not a lot you could do about it. But, like, it's not enough of the time for me to want to care. I hate... Living End. Yeah, Living End is... I actually really dislike playing against it. It's kind of lame. Maybe now and again you get to do some cool things against it, and that cheers me up. So yeah, in terms of... Let's get my list back up for a while. We're just sat here rambling away. I think in terms of... Let's get rid of that stream as well. I don't need that. To be honest... Man. Yeah, let me go back to the Argamoth matchup first, because I think it's kind of rough, but I would bring this in with this current config, and I would bring the 2 Veils and pull it in Jonas and the Tormod's Crypt. So if you can stop them comboing, you've got half a chance. You want all your removal. Honestly, I'd probably cut the Omnath and the 3 Fairies first of all, and then we're just 1 card short, which is probably between what Lotus Bloom and Wargate, depending on draw play. So yeah, I think... How is the matchup? I mean, you're not going to outgrind it, which is why I think Omnath and Teferi can be cut. I mean, I think Ellie is an okay matchup. I just don't enjoy the play patterns. Mana Symbol. I haven't actually played a lot of Tameshi recently. I took a break to brew all sorts of stupid nonsense. I got a 5-0 with Lutri, the compound new Lutri, playing Kiki Chord basically, which was awesome. like one of the more fun things that I've done recently, and that sort of sent me down a rabbit hole trying to play different stuff. Look, it's even called Kiki Card. Like, it's ridiculous. It has one of everything. It has one card and one Kiki. Like, I don't know how they picked out Kiki Card from that. She just called it a mess, but anyway, it's there. But I took a bit of a time out from Tameshi. I burnt through a whole load of play points and ticks to play the brews that I wanted to play. I played Zer 3 times, maybe. I played... I played Luchi, I played Zer, I played a Enigmatic Incarnation with 60 cards. I played a Safi deck. No, I don't think I've ever registered that in a league. It was crap. But yeah, I just kind of went out and had some fun. I tried playing Zer the Enchanter, Zer the Eternal Schemer, which was all fine. Just didn't really work. It's fun. I got 2 3s like 3 times in a row. It wasn't ever going to be good, I don't think. I know. I went out of space. Genuinely, just ran out of space. I was just like fairly tempted just to go up to 80 anyway, just for like no payoff. And then I started brewing some Kiki card decks because I Kiki card 5-0'd. This is how broken my brain is, right? I 5-0'd with Kiki card with Luchi, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I 5-0'd with this. I wonder if I can do it with all the companions. All of them. Lewis's band, Yorion I've already done, and his band. Luchi I've done. I can do Amori really easily. Just run Imperial Recruiter as my tutor, no problem. And then I thought, well, a Bosch is doable because you have Bring to Light and you have Pestamite or Deceiver or whichever thing Brandon Crassus, Village Belringer, whatever you want to run. You got Zealous Conscripts. So I was like, well, I could try playing a Bosch in Kiki card. That'd be no danger. Keruga, yeah, sure. I could play all these alternative 1 and 2 drops that really make no sense in the deck at all, but you get Scion, so that's something. I don't know. I mean, this is probably the most pointless version of Kiki card. Can't remember why I thought this was a reasonable thing to think about. Like, you got all these fake 2 drops, but you don't really have any synergy with Resto and Kiki. But anyway, there was that. I guess you can Resto a Fury or you can Kiki a Fury. Anyway, and then Jegantha, you can't play Jegantha and Kiki, but you can play Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Time Stream Navigator. So you can make Fable into a Kiki, copy the Time Stream Navigator, Time Stream Navigator copy has haste, you pay 4, tuck it on the bottom, obviously just dies, and take an extra turn, and then you untap and you Fable, you copy your Time Stream, and you get infinite turns, and hopefully with infinite turns you can kill them with attacking with a birds that gets bigger somehow. No, but you just eventually you'll kill them with Saheeli Feldar or literally whatever, doesn't really matter, you don't need a win con. So anyway, I brewed up all these lists, and then having brewed up all my stupid lists, I ran out of ticks to be able to play all my stupid decks. So I registered Tameshi in a league last week, 5-0'd instantly, and then was like, well, okay, I can play Tameshi whenever I need to make some money to play Magic. So I'll do that sometimes. But I 5-0'd instantly, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I might as well register it in a modern challenge. So the answer to how has Tameshi been cheating me, I've played 6 matches and I've won 6 matches. It's pretty good, but I mean, time for the wheels to fall off. Yeah. Having so much fun playing Amadu, Grease Fang, and playing Goldhound and dropping a turn 2 Fable. Nice. I don't even know what Greyhound is. Goldhound? Don't know what Goldhound is. I can only imagine it's a bad Birds of Paradise. Goldhound. Sacrifice is 1 mana, first strike, menace, sacrifice it, add a mana of any colour. Kinda cool. Don't hate it. Oh, it is a walking treasure, that's kinda cool. So yeah. I'm just like completely out of touch with all other formats, and I don't really have an interest in them. I think I'm gonna try pre-modern though, that looks sweet. So fun playing it. Yeah, you could be onto something. I mean, I love cheating stuff into play on turn 2. I registered Birds of Paradise probably more than anyone in Modern. I've just gone through like all these lists, like it's just all like Birds of Paradise lists. And this even started out as a Birds of Paradise list, but the world was not open to that. Anyway, I am going to take a quick 2-minute break. I want a fresh drink, have a wee, come back, kick some ass. Right, I'll see you in a minute. Did you need it? Did you need it tonight? stacked. Whoa, I was cutting it close. I had ages. Anyway, we are back. Ow. GG. Oh, it's so tempting. It's pretty tempting to scoop. This is a dead card. Do they know what I'm... They don't necessarily know what I'm doing from here. I mean, they have to take to fairy, but if they have the turn 3 living end, they don't care anyway. The Sky Turtle's not dreadful. I was pretty tempted to scoop here. The fact that they showed us this kind of improves your choice. I think there's a world where it was right to scoop. I have Veil Summer, which is okay in the matchup, but it's certainly not as good as Spell Pierce. We have Lavinia, and we have Silence, which is good. And Endurance. So we have good stuff. So, that's kind of different, isn't it? Steam Fence? I don't know, it doesn't seem like an early pick. Yeah, I'm going to just put that in. Basic Forest, get call. I mean, it's a shame. We're not going to win from here. Though they haven't cycled. They've only cycled 2 cards, so... Ah, no. I have no blue sources in the deck. So now I can't play this turtle. But use a turtle bounce mode, which I really wanted to do. Really wanted turtle bounce mode. Oh well. I think what I might do... Yeah, let them take it. Kind of screwed this up in multiple ways. They probably take the call. I mean, I guess I could. I don't have a ton of power on board. You know, like if I just bounce this. Wow, I'm surprised that's the pick. I'm really surprised that's the pick. I'm pretty tempted just to bounce this or this. Obviously not this turn. I wonder if I can get like... Is this weirdly turned into an Omnath game? I have no Lotus Bloom. I need to draw a Wargate to make Tameshi even do anything. I mean, Dryad just blocks Shardless Agent. It's not exciting though. I wish I hadn't got my black Tri-Land now. I wish I'd gone for the blue-red. Because the Street Wraith has Swamp Walk. I think I'm going to go for the Omnath. I think we could probably outgrind Not outgrind, but like force them to use another living end to get out of this. Is basically what I'm going for. I hate that I have to fetch shock, but I do have to fetch shock, and I think I bounce the Street Wraith and then I Teferi bounce the Shardless Sage? No, the Grief. Nah, that can't be right. I don't think bouncing the Grief is right, so it means bouncing the Street Wraith. Then Teferi bouncing the Shardless Agent. That doesn't feel good. Especially now they've got Sunken Ruins. Okay, so with that in mind, I bounce here, I take 5. Then I just play Omnath. And then the following, and don't get in a life. It puts the 6/5 in the bin. They can make 2 3/6s though. That's the only 3/4s with Swamp Walk. Probably gonna board out this Triland. Maybe. Okay. I really understand the timing of that. They don't have any more land drops. Bounce Grief. Yeah, I guess with 2 good cards in hand though, it's not as good. If I... Oh, okay, right. So now if they take Omnath, they have 2 7/7s in. They got 2 7/7s in the bin, and a Street Wraith and a Grief. So that races a Sky Turtle pretty well. I mean, it's a weird spot. Like they've just made, and they've got a Street Wraith as well, so they've got more than enough power. But all of a sudden, Teferi Bounce Grief looks a whole lot better if they put my Omnath in the bin. And if they put my Teferi in the bin, then I just play the Omnath. I mean, I'm in bad shape, whichever way you look at it. Did they just exile another living end? So they might not even have any more living ends. There's 3 gone. I'm bouncing this Grief unless I draw something I really, really want. Go to 8. Teferi next turn. We know they have Street Wraith, which I can cast. If I go to 8, yeah, I'm just going to do it. Right. So if they can go land hardcast Street Wraith, and that puts us down to 5. But we could Teferi bounce the Grief next turn. Tricky. I think we're going to lose to basic beats unless I rip a Wargate and then something else. It's not impossible, obviously. That's been a weird game, but unfortunately, when they're not firing, kind of like they are now, these are the games you need to win against Living End, and I don't feel like we are doing. Like, I'm just going to chump Shardless Agent, and if they have Violent Outburst, like, just deal with that. To be honest, if they have Violent Outburst and my Tameshi trades with the Shardless Agent, I'm not too fussed. Like, have they cycled that? That's quite funny. They were probably like wanting to find a land to hardcast something, and then they found the land off the cycle. Like, it's a bit awkward for them. Go to 8, play Teferi, bounce Grief. So if they hard cast like a Curator or something, another Street Wraith, I don't know. I'm trying to think what 5s they've got. It's another Street Wraith, so they've gone past all 4 of them as well. Right, okay, well, we have outs. It's Lotus Bloom plus Wargate plus good stuff. So we bounce this. Hope we draw something we don't want. If we draw Wargate here, it's really bad because I just can recast this. Oh man. Okay. Actually, I say oh man, that's an absolutely fantastic draw. It's actually gives us a real chance of winning. Bounce the Street Wraith, and then I can get the seal removal back next turn. Unless they draw really well, or they run for leaving it, and I think we're going to win this game now. I thought we were going to lose it, but I've changed my mind. With Teferi in play as well, like if they had Violent Outburst to try and beef these guys up, we just have to play at sorcery speed. But yeah, bouncing the seal is going to be mad. You know, like bounce Street Wraith. Okay, what are you going to do with that Street Wraith? Because now I'm going to get back my seal for 2 mana. I'm going to draw a card and then I'm going to replay the land. So it's net 1 mana, except it's not, because I've got more land drops. But yeah, surprise, surprise. That's not happening. Yes, this is so good. So good. So now they play Grief, I bounce it again. I mean, Grief is every bit as good as Street Wraith, but this is just a game that I win. Like, this is them playing at hard casting 4s and 5s every turn is a thing that I beat now, which I didn't beat 30 seconds ago. I mean, that usually does nothing, but it does kill a Shardless Agent. Come on, good card. It's not a good card, it is a card. Yeah. I mean, this is like, if ever you wanted like a reason to play seal removal, and this is it. This is a perfect example. They have to have some number of dead cards in hand as well. I think I'd probably seal the Street Wraith and Leyline Binding the Grief. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you see, they can't Violent Outburst. What can they have? These guys don't play Fire and Ice, right? To play Bone Crusher Giants, Fire and Ice, dead gone. Do you know what? I think I'm just going to play it super safe. I think I'm just going to blow it up. I don't think there's a reason to take a risk. I think think they probably don't have anything, and they may have misplayed and thought that they could violent outburst there, but the Teferi stops that. I think that's the most likely scenario, that they just misplayed, but just running it as a bluff to try and kill the Teferi. It's not at that point it's not a misplay, like they deliberately tried to stop what we're doing, but trying to make us double guess, and maybe I've double guessed, but people can run spicy one-offs and stuff, and if I have Teferi and Tameshi in play, I don't lose now. I think that's true. Also, absolutely destroying this guy on clock. He's under 14 minutes as well in game 1. Check on the stack, kill it. Do you know what? I'm going to fix the thing that I did wrong as well. I'm going to play this footage strand. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this swamp so that they don't have swamp walk. Ooh. I'm not gonna play that now. I'm gonna, because I don't need to. Right, 3. Let's just work this out. I don't get another draw this turn, like off Lotus Bloom and this. I don't get a draw. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I could like pick up all my lands, bar 1, and have a Sky Turtle in play, which would kill him. Or I could just wait a turn and not overcommit and have Leyline Binding, Sealer Removal, Tameshi, plus Wargate at instant speed, plus Cycling Survive Triumph. Let's just do that then, I guess. We just don't need to do anything. So what do we know they have? They have Street Wraith, right? Yeah, screw it, let's just do this. Like in simple terms, it just can't beat what we have right now. We could have reanimated Sky Turtle. Nice. It's happened once for me. And I still lost because she just gonna. Right. Hexproof creature. You have my attention. I will now try and kill you. Well, at least I gave you an extra land to help you on your way. Funnily enough, if this is a complete blank, I believe that's Sky Turtle mana. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just get a Sky Turtle, then play the planes and get back the Lotus Bloom. And then if they have anything that annoys me, then I'll deal with it. But all of a sudden, It's quite... Oh, okay. I just missed lethal, I believe. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 mana. 11. No, I didn't. But I can seal removal. So what I'll do here if they attack... Okay, so they just panic. Panic cycled. If they attack, I block with the Sky Turtle, I bounce it with the Tameshi, with the Seal of Removal, and then I pay 3 and get back an Aladamri's Call and I'll kill them next turn. Sweet. Okay. That is the game we needed to win because they did stumble a lot. They drew 2 living ends. So, I don't want Omnath, I don't want Prismatic Ending. I'm not overly fussed for Leyline Binding, even though it was okay there. It's just not good generally. Honestly, I don't even think Seal Removal's that good here. It's only good in the games where they stumble. So in their better games, there's not going to have text. But man, it was strong. I could keep a Seal for Ren. Ooh, that's a good shout. I'm going to cut that and leave the Ren in. Yeah, I like that. Yes, good shout. I don't think I got anything else that I've pulled out, so sweet. Oh, that win felt good. I think we made some good plays. They didn't really need to go mental at the end there. They could have, if we look back at that game, they would have been able to just not attack and then they had 7 life. But yeah, I would have bounced the Sky Turtle and killed them, but they probably don't see that line. I mean, it's a turn 4 kill with a turn 3 to Fairy. You just have to keep it, but and we have Endurance. I mean, yeah. We have Endurance, so that's something. What did they exile? An Architect of Will. So not a living end. I mean, I'm glad we get to Lotus Bloom. Extra mana is better than not extra mana. I find these matchups fairly tense. So what did we get? We got 108 players, so not enough for 8 rounds, thank God. This is 7. Okay. Basic Forest, yeah. Okay, Basic Forest, Aladamri's Call. Kind of sucks to lose 2 calls to stop living end, but that's what you gotta do. Guess we got a 3/4. Attack with Turtle, block with Tameshi, seal Tameshi and replay next turn. Yeah, that's a good play. But I think a better play is to block with the Turtle and then bounce it, and then you can use the regrowth mode to just get back Aladamri's Call and kill him. So you don't have to pass and risk another turn. I can't play anything. I can't crack the fetch, I can't play the call. I just have to pass because I'm a numpty. This time, slightly different. There's a lot of text on it. A bit tricky for you to see it when... Yeah, when... I mean, this hand sucks now. Wow, so by the way, there's 11 cards left in their library off their first Violent Outburst, which suggests there's a living end in their hand somewhere. Oh, there's 2 left in the bottom 11 cards. If they have Force of Negation or I haven't seen Subtlety. Those are my problem cards. There we go. Down to having nothing. Go away, graveyard. Oop, don't F6, don't F6, don't F6, don't F6. I might as well tuck that stuff back into my library. I don't hate drawing any of those cards. In fact, I might just play a fetch just so I can shuffle. Though, no need whatsoever. Just, yeah, I would have probably just played a tapped shock just to save me some life later, but I would get 5 turns to a swing with this. 1, 2, 3 dreadful draws. 2 dreadful draws and a good draw. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's going to take us a while to find action. Cheers, Bob. It's nice to have a fan base. It was a brilliant scoop. Love it. What did he have? He had 3 cards in hand. I mean, I get it. Even if it's just like 1 living end in hand and 1... Like, he could just... It could just, like... what's the word? Like, just suspend it. Like, use the text that was written on the card, you know. I just had nothing going on, but they don't necessarily know that, but I had 4 lands in hand, and my next turn draw was a land, and my next turn's draw was a Lotus Bloom. So for the next, my turn 4 and 5 were absolute blank, and so I didn't have anything to do till turn 6. And then turn 6 is Wargate for Tameshi and cycle a Triumph. If the draws go like this, I play a Wargate if it resolves against a deck with Mystical Dispute. Yeah, the deck is absolutely like personal bias, blah blah blah. What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm putting like a caveat on this, but let's move my face again. But yeah, so the list feels really good, but I haven't played many matches with it, and the matches that I have played, I've won them all. So I've played 7 matches. So, but it just feels, you know, like when you get to this. I don't know if you were here when I was sideboarding for the living end, but I was like, oh, I have 4 cards to cut, 5 to bring in, and then Saviour said, oh, no, you don't need the black tri-land. I was like, yep, you're right, I can cut this. Whereas often I could cut maybe a red and 6 or traverse for the last card that I ever want to bring in. But like in general, like I get to the sideboarding phase and I just have a nice balance of things I want to cut, things that I want to bring in, it just works in each matchup quite nicely, and the main deck is just really solid. Like in general, being able to turn 4 combo kill whilst interacting with your opponent at least some amount of the time. You know, like all of this is sort of interaction. Yeah, you have like 12 pieces. It's like 1 in 5 is sort of interaction, and then you have. Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, like, I consider myself a decent player with this deck. Like, I am getting most of the percentages out of the deck. I know, like, I misplay on stream a little bit, and I misplay off stream as well. Like, but I'm quick to recognise some of the misplays. Some of the misplays are as simple as like playing the wrong land, and I think a lot of people don't use that. Seal of removal has been absolutely bonkers for me. Like, on more than one occasion, and I've tried running 2, and 2's too many. But like, again, like, seal removal isn't a modern playable card in most circumstances, but the fact that, and if you were playing Tameshi fairly, it still wouldn't be stunning because you don't have that threat of killing them. But every time, every time you get to protect Tameshi from a solitude, and then your Lotus Bloom comes back and replays a Tameshi, it's just like, opponents just can't beat that, like, because Lotus Bloom comboing with the Tameshi and the Seal is just like, it's just too good. You're just blanking all removal. The fact that, like, I've used it to rescue a Colossus when I've run out of gas, I've used it, it is a combo piece, it is a value piece, it is a protective piece. It draws your cards off Tameshi. Like, it's a tempo thing. It just does everything. Like, I don't know what it doesn't do, but weirdly you just can't run 2 because just if you draw a second copy, it's pretty bad. Some matchups, it's an absolute shit show. Like, I don't really want to be bouncing. I don't really want to be bouncing Primeval Titans back to people's hands. I don't really want to be bouncing. I don't really want it against Tron, like stuff like that. Against combo, just essentially against combo is just a complete blank. And even against, for example, Murktide, I mean, it's good, it's alright there, it's alright, but you don't really want to bounce a Ragavan and then just see it get dashed back into play the next turn, like it's played in the second main, it's not good against 1-drops. DRC, like Legislature, like, might save you a few life, but it's not really what the matchup is about, and it's not really what you want it for. You'd still want it in that matchup to bounce you on Tameshi, but that's sort of the top and bottom of it, really. But I'm not gonna put on another stream because I need to be able to see this. I'm gonna put my own stream on the on my phone so that I can disappear for a little bit. So feel free to just like disappear and then come back in a little bit. I'll mute my mic so you're not picking up all the background noise. But I'm going to take a break because, well, I've got a kid, a kid and a missus, so we should go interact. And this is probably the biggest break we're going to get. So yeah, I kind of want to keep it as one long video, and when I upload it to YouTube, I can do the thing where you put the text on the bottom of the YouTube thingy where you say, "Oh, this is big," because I don't think we're going to get too many. So yeah, I'll be back soon. But cheers for hanging out, guys. I'll see you soon. Boo. Halloween soon. Let's get in the spirit. Right, I feel like... Oh, I got a good look on... A couple of good looks on Discord. That's nice. Did this go on my Twitter? Did I tell people I was coming here? Kevin Cito. Cheers, Blackburn. Thank you. Oh, my phone's still playing my stream, so I'm getting playback. I don't know. Right. This is a pretty bad hand, actually. Let's see what they're doing. Let's see if we can find what they're doing. Tournament finishes Eldrazi. When was that? A year ago. Okay, well, that tells me nothing. I think this is a mulligan. That was another hand where if it had been 600, just snap kept. I think this is it. It's like a splash of interaction and a value chain. Eek. Massive eek. There's 0 point in having seal of removal in play. I mean, if... Yeah. Mega eek. We're probably losing game 1. Like, because that's turn 3 amulet, double amulet, so... Yeah, and they have the bounce hand. So... So they have double amulet plus so this is Dryad as well. They're so nutted. Shit dick. It's just the absolute nuts over there. I mean, they can bounce down to make a token, or they can just play a normal land, and then if the Dryad dies, sort of makes you think they've got more action, like backup. I need to draw like Leyline Binding. Kitching. The thing with this, I shouldn't have asked for Leyline Binding, I should have asked for Prismatic Ending. And then I could have ended the Amulet and then sealed the Dryad and been in a fairly decent or okay shape. I mean, I know I'm getting Temple Garden, and I know I'm playing Leyline Binding, but I don't know whether to take the Dryad or the Amulet, but I think it's the Amulet. It is the Amulet. It's just always the Amulet, isn't it? If we can stop them for a turn. When it adds green. So if they have a Grazer or another Dryad, they can make a Titan. Making a Titan doesn't kill me this turn, at least. But I mean, it looks bad for us. Yeah, okay. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 plus 8 is 12. So I would survive this. I don't... There's a chance here that if I bounce their Dryad, we'll win the game. There's also a chance that we can bounce the Titan and not lose the game. Please be greedy. I don't think they will be. I think most people get 2 green lands here. Because they're miles ahead. They have the absolute nuts this game as well, remember. And is it absolute nut butter? Amulet Saga, Dryad Grazer, yeah. Okay, so we know they have Simic Growth in hand. So if they have a second Titan, we just lose to that second Titan. But if they don't have a second Titan, start again. Okay. I mean, they're tapped out, aren't they? So actually, could I? Am I meant to bounce this now whilst it tapped out? Does it really matter? Doesn't really matter, does it? They've got 4 other power in play. So yeah, look, it really depends on the top 2 cards on our top of our deck. So if the they can just go double Simic Growth and then Valakut us. I forgot they had the Valakut. Okay. No, wait, they need 2 lands. So if they have... Yeah, and now they have another land. Damn, we were so close. So close. Just want to see if what we would have drawn. Engineer Wargate. Wargate would have 3. Would have had 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, we would have got there. Anyway. Huh, my sideboard has got worse against these guys. It's not brilliant. I honestly think Teferi's pretty medium. The Seal is pretty bad. And then 6 isn't great. Honestly, our main deck isn't dreadful against them. Probably cut a Teferi. The question is, do you want this just for Amulet? Or do you want this just for Amulet? I don't know. I don't want this. When 6 doesn't have a down tick mode, so it's only good for its combo value. I think Silence might be okay. There's like a lot of okay cards there. Like these are all okay, these are all bad. Like Lavinia only stops Summoner's Pact, I'm just not that fussed about that. Like, I don't really want to play a card that will be blank half of the matches, and it's going to be blank half of the time here. So the question is, would I rather just be better at my plan A? Would I rather have these that can remove like multiple amulets? I mean, I guess this is just better than, because there's no other ones that I care about. Relic, or maybe, I think this is better than Lockdown, so I'm just going to write off Lockdown straight away. I want all the combo pieces. These are better than Lockdown because they're cheaper and speed matters. So the question is, do I just stick with my own game plan and play Ren and 6? Do I try and silence them out of Summoner's Pact line, or just when the time is right? There are times where silence is very good. Or do I deputy them? Man, I don't know. Man in 6 Beziju is a thing, isn't it? Let's just see if we can. Oh wow. Okay. It's alright, it's not great. I don't love it, but So like, oh. Looks lovely. Yeah, we want to go to 6 and just keep 2 prismatic endings. That's not brilliant, but what can you do? Because of this. This is why 2 prismatic endings isn't great, because it's great against Amulet, it's terrible against Saga, so... That is good against Saga though, so things have improved, temporarily at least. So do they have... Well, they don't have Forest Grazer because we would have played that on 1. Oh, that's kind of good. They're just spinning wheels. We are as well, but hopefully we can spin them a bit better. That sucks though. I can't get card types in the bin at the minute. Do I need double white? No. Do I need double green? Also no. But at least if I traverse with a green I can go get a white. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So next turn they get to Amulet. We'll see how this goes. If I draw a card that helps me win the game, then obviously I'll play it. But if not... Do I hold up Prismatic... I mean, I can hold up Prismatic Ending and play Tameshi, I guess. Okay, well let's do that. Let's go white, 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 blue, green. No, just white, white, white. I'm not really like returning a Shockland, but that's what I'm doing. Okay, 3, 6, 9, 12. That's lethal. 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, that's lethal. Let's go. Yeah. The screen jumps all over the place when you don't have your graveyard popped out, and I've never liked having graveyards popped out, so we just have to fudge it every time. I say that's lethal. I mean, I guess we can whiff off this cultivator. It's only 4 lands. In fact, with that in mind, I think I go get the 5th land. No, wait. Wait. I'm going to have sorcery creature artifact. No, this is a second cultivator because I have card types now. I have the sorcery, I have the artifact and a cultivator in the bin. So yeah, Traverse is now an extra cultivator. So we will get there. We have enough mana for that. Ooh, flex. We can play Magus of the Moon. So that's that done. Let's return Lotus Bloom. Got this. Add green. I don't want to show them the Magus, but I kind of want to show them the Magus. Let's play Dryad. Let's play this. Let's pick it up. This. Pick it up. Whoops, don't pick it up. Traverse. Cultivator. Oh, I've probably given myself an extra step here. If I'd have... It's only because I'm like super lethal and I'm trying to play quick. But I didn't need to do it this way. There's Wargate, so that's... Yeah, there we go. Whoops, should have played the Valakut. So now that we've got that, let's go like this. Go to fairy, keep the new one, bounce the cultivator, add some mana, play a dryad, play a land, bolt you, tap the land. Right, we're cooking. How many lands do I need? 4. I think that's 4, isn't it? Yep. Now if I've miscalculated somehow and don't draw a land in the next 4 cards, then I will play Magasamun and pass a turn. Yay, we win. Okay. I think we just run it back. This is very much a match where you win and lose a lot of it on the dice roll. We didn't actually show them any interaction, which is a bonus, other than Teferi. Teferi's a lot worse on the draw. Might want to change it up a little bit. But what would I actually have? Silence buys me a turn. I'm going to try Silence. I might even try the Seal of Removal over another Teferi. Because their turn 1 Saga draws just don't really do anything with your Teferi. I think they might even be boarding out some stuff like Endurance. They could have easily had a hand with Endurance there and not been able to use it. Come on, let's see if we can... Let's try and get this 3-0 start. Would be beautiful. Well, that's not going to do it. Wow. They've kept 7 every game as well. I just don't think this gets there. I just think nothing till turn 4 we're just going to lose. I don't really feel like we could go to 3, 5. Oh, we're going to have to. Okay, this is actually not too bad. Just like... gamble on drawing a land. Yeah. No, this is a turn 4 but with a prismatic ending, so it's better than just a standard. Dislike. This is what's really funny about a lot of the card choices in this matchup, is that a lot of them are just like, oh, gross, should have took the planes. Sickening. Yeah, a lot of the card choices in this matchup are just sort of so dependent on their draws, you know, like how, yeah, basically just yeah. No, I want the red. Yeah, they both had red, so let's do this. Yeah, and I think now we just lose because we haven't managed to play this red in 6. If we'd have managed to play red and pick up that land, then we have a chance. But now if we were to draw a land, we're not playing red in 6, we're playing Wargate, and then we're in trouble. I need them to whiff. I need them to whiff for a long time though. Another Dryad, okay. Man, that doesn't feel good, does it? I'm not going to play Tameshi, there's no need. I'd rather just take 4. They're not actually playing a Titan that soon. You know, even if they draw bounce on this turn, it's still a little bit away. It's still not till next turn, and even that Titan isn't lethal. So I actually feel like we're in a really good spot all of a sudden. I'm kind of worried about endurance. That's my biggest worry. So let's just try and think about that a touch. Play Tameshi. They actually can't cast endurance, they can only invoke it. I know that is casting, but they can only evoke it. Dismember? I don't know. I'm trying to guess what they could possibly... Yeah, dismember. Okay. Right, now we need to do some maths then. No, we don't. Well, actually, we still do. We still don't actually have lethal. Oh, they're going for it? Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I play fetch land in German instead bounce land, I win. Three-no. Well, that's bonkers. Oh, I feel really tense when I do stuff like that. They saw me pick up the Baziju, yeah. But they didn't know that I had another land to be able to play it. And I had missed a land drop on turn 2. Good luck, sir. Brilliant. Right, there's actually ages left again. My partner wanted to go play with some sparklers with my kid, so guess I'll have another break. When I like this, I don't own it in paper. This one, I could play this Friday. It always feels good. It always feels good. Oh my god, wow. That was a really sweet win. But what's that? GG. Yeah, that was kind of a crazy ending. I think if they just don't do that, I have 2 mana plus Lotus Bloom 5. Play Tameshi, but I'd only have 2 mana floating and 3 lands. So I'd have 4, 6, 8. I wouldn't have enough to Wargate for Colossus. So what happened was that they missed land drops, and then I went to combo. I drew my 3rd land. I played Wargate for Lotus Bloom. Then I played Tameshi, and I targeted my Lotus Bloom, and they dismembered the Tameshi, and my Tameshi trigger drew me a second Tameshi. So I was about to just play it again, and I wouldn't have been able to kill them. I would have just drawn another card, got my Lotus Bloom back, right? So that would have been fine, because they'd missed lands. They only had 4 lands, so I wasn't going to die. But then after the Tameshi had died and before Lotus Bloom came back, they played Summoner's Pact and they endurance'd me. But I had a land I could play and Besiege in hand, which they knew about. I'd picked it up off the Tameshi, and I then besieged their Simic growth and they can't pay for their pact. So then they lost to their own pact, which they didn't have to do that. That's all. So that was sweet. I'm going to take yet another break, and then come back, and then I'm going to stop having breaks. But let's go do some sparkler stuff. It's going to be fun. Right. Cheers, guys. 3-0. What do I need for prizes? Like, I want this. This is my target. 30-second. 30-second feels like I'm halfway there, right? I don't know. How many players? Oh, there was like 108 players. 110 players. So I'm going to need 4 wins. But I really, at this stage, I really want to go 5-2, I think. I'd take 5-2. If someone offered me it now, I'd just shake their hand. Let's go 5-2. Anyway, bye for now. Hello. I am back. We're waiting on one round. By the way, controversial, but I don't think the 2-minute breaks should be allowed. I think your punishment for being the slowest is that you don't get a break, and then if you desperately need to go for a wee or a drink, you just have to use 2 more minutes of your clock. Like most players at this point have been waiting 5 minutes, let's say, but definitely 2. I've been waiting 20, so why add a 2-minute break at the end of 20? I just don't get it. Plus the fact that you don't get, like paper, you get 50 minutes. This is right. I was ranting. Oh yeah, Sammy Adet. But you get 50 minutes. But in paper, you get 50 minutes. You have to, but on Magic Online, you have 50 minutes. You don't have to shuffle, and you get extra sideboarding time. Right, the clock should just be 20 minutes. I think. And they should go over these 2-minute breaks. Oh, I think you sent me this in the past. Were you doing okay with this, weren't you? Like, because this card's busted. I really like it. It's really fun. Like this guy with this guy. Ah, okay. That's where this guy makes sense with Titania. I mean, Orb Titania Saga is really good. It just feels a little bit like it might want an expedition map. Just as a way to chain sagas if this isn't about. I don't know. I don't know how good Gaze is. I mean, with Gitrog in play, it's pretty good, right? But it's good with Baby Jace. Yeah, I mean, that was the card I was looking at. Some days tend to go, yeah, Baby Jace and flip. Ah, okay. Right. Is Goryo's any good? I guess it's okay with this, right? Turn 2, Goryo's back Titania, get back a fetch. So like so Goryo's would be 2 mana, swing for 5, put 5 power into play, and add a land. So 2 mana, explore plus a 5/3. Slowgurk is okay. Can you though? You go turn 1. So not on turn 2 though, right? Sure, it's like that's not a turn 2 play. Just yeah, later in the game kind of play. Yeah, that's reasonable. It's a pretty tight list, isn't it? Like if you consider the creatures, Gaze, Goryos, Loam, Iolas is like key. the flex slots are like one-offs, you know, like trimming numbers, and it's the push and the Thoughtseize. It certainly will be. What about like the green X filter land? You know, like this second breeding pool seems potentially unnecessary. I don't mind the second overgrown tomb. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I'd go black, like the Twilight Mire. I don't know if I'd go Twilight Mire or Flooded Grove. But like, you could replace a breeding pool with a Flooded Grove quite easily. And then your Saga can make Ayula's influence. I know. Also, I'd maybe swap this for a cycle land, because I just think you already have one. I don't know if you want two of these lands that draw. Sometimes it's better to just, you know, not miss your land drop and be able to cycle. So just having a Tranquil Grove, Tranquil Thicket, Tranquil Thicket over this, and Flooded Grove over this would probably be like first two changes I'd want to make. Whenever I see this land in particular, I always just want to try and do something a bit more broken than just have it fix my mana. How many people are on 3-0? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 14 players. Why Pinseep? Does he not play Amulet? Or is he a 4-colour guy? He was a trophy grinder. Wow. Does he play Modern? Yeah, he did play Amulet in July. And Tron and Rakdos Shadow. Man, this guy just plays Magic. And well. I mean, look at all these results. Oh, so Americans don't know how to do the date. You don't say it's July of the 3rd, do you? You say it's the 3rd of July. Anyway. I guess I should just expect, if I get paired against Princip, I should expect big mana, I guess. But then again, Tron there. We can agree you're wrong. Like, right, I mean, look, we're at this stage of the game where I care a little bit about the result. And this guy likes vintage. Glimpse combo. Let's hope he's on Glimpse, shall we? Just keep this hand that does nothing except play a Teferi. Okay. That seems pretty cool. Go blue. Well, that's not a Glimpse deck. Look, people... If I had to guess before seeing what's going to be written up there, I would guess he's an Amulet player. Yeah. Because people who play combo decks like Glimpse, they play combo decks like Amulet. And our hand is really bad against Amulet. It's so far away from doing anything. This just has to... I'm going to have to play it, so I have to go get Tameshi, I think. What have we faced so far? Living End, Amulet. Something else? Oh, I could get a Sky Turtle. That's not bad. I think I might pick up Sky Turtle here. No. No, I'm just going to pick this up and bounce a Jyad and, like, hope. Just hope. I mean, Sky Turtle here for Primeval Titan. No, I could just get a basic here. You just get basics as often as you can with this list. It's not... I don't think you have double pips very often. And I have a spare basic island if I need it. Wargate win. That's where we're at. And we're also at call for Engineer is close. right? So, but it has to be this turn. It has to be right now. Because I assume... Oh, sorry, blue-white was the first round. Oh, that's right. No, the guy... It wasn't blue-white. He had... It was control, wasn't it? But there was red and 6 and leyline binding. So it was like blue-white splashing red and 6. It was blue-white in the first round. Now, the second round was Living End. Because we had this seal of removal Tameshi bouncing the Street Wraith. And then we played Amulet, and now we're playing Amulet again. So, yeah. That's where we're at. Blue-white splash. I love that. Blue-white splash. Splash red and 6, because it's that good. You didn't see any other cards of that colour. Oh, this looks like bad news. Tank, 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 tank. Plague Razor. So they're going to go... They're going to play a Dryad, and then they're going to patch for another Grazer or Dryad, I think, and then they're going to play a Titan. Oh, they don't need to. Oh, I thought they'd be a mana short. I'm stupid. But they still have Dryad in hand. We can't beat this. Well, we can actually, no. We need to just draw... We beat this by just drawing... Why have they not put Dryad in play? People confuse me. He tanks for long enough. You kind of feel like... When they tank that long, they generally know what they're doing, so... I'm going to just assume... I don't know what I'm doing. In post-combat, they're going to... make a Dryad. And then make a land drop and bolt me. Or bolt to Fairy. I'm going to live. I'm going to live, but I don't know. And then I have to draw Wargate to stand a chance. But it's not even like 2 standard chance. So we'll actually just win if we draw Wargate. But just and lose if we don't. And it's like, there's not really a middle ground. Let me go back through what they did here. They cast Arbor and then played Simic. So they've used their land drop. So what are they... What's confusing them? They're just like... They're duo queuing. I can only think that that's what they do here. Oops. I thought I would just see if there was a streamer with this name. Like, is that why they're taking a while? Are they sending someone to stream snipe? Are they interacting with chat? Like, is that why they're playing slow? Because, you know, it's only turn 3, they're taking 6 minutes. Well, there's not a lot to think about. I'm tapped out. They had no land drops to make. You know, like, something else is going on. I mean, this is a solid line from them. They can pick up the Simic growth, and then they can tap 3 to make a Dryad, and then they can play a Simic growth, pick up the T-West. So, And then they can crack map on my turn. Wow, they just attacked a fairy. Why? Had one counter on it, it wasn't doing anything. I'm really confused by that, but I guess they just have lethal anyway. Guess that's what they're trying to say here. Next turn they just double strike it, so it doesn't actually matter that they didn't kill me. They'll also have Valakut next turn. They've had Cavern of Souls, they've had Simic Growth, Slayers. So 3 of those 5 cards are lands, I believe. I don't think I've missed anything else. I haven't got a ton of action left. Okay. Well, doesn't help me, but one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay. Do you know what? I was gonna make him click it. Because they're pretty slow and it could matter later on, and it'd be kind of foolish not to take advantage of that. I mean, obviously we're dead. Oh, and the Ghoul Turf we knew about. So when they had 5 cards left, 4 of them were land. Did he pick Nymph? Ha! Brilliant. Not found a Valakut yet. That's pretty funny. It's the kind of thing that crashes Motto, isn't it? I really should have done a restart at some point in the last 3 hours. Oops. It's so unnecessary from the opponent, like... It's dead anyway. The problem is you can't reset now without it asking if you want to concede the match, which clearly I don't. I could Control-Alt-Delete, get rid of it. Kind of tempting. I mean, again, like, I've used 1 minute 45 seconds to play my 4 turns. They've used 9 minutes. And I know this turn has a lot going on, but not previous. Yeah. Just mad. Just mad. Yes, it has haste. Redempted to crack a fetch. Oh wow. Another Dryad, okay. It gives them an opportunity to respond. That's the only reason to do that. Fetch shock. It looked like I have a response, like... They're just flexing. They're having a good time at least. What? I got 2. Sorry. I was like, 4 triggers off of Valakut, but it was 2. They barely need to attack. So actually don't need to attack, like... So unnecessary. But you know, like, if I win a game 2 here, they've taken a full 10 minutes to win game 1, so if it takes them another 10 minutes to win game 3, they're going to run out of time, potentially. On the play, I didn't want them, did I? I didn't want that, don't. So yeah, I don't want any of that. So Alpine Moon, Magazine Moon, no Omnath, cut a Teferi. Let's see if we can get lucky. I think there was other changes that I made. I don't think I like the seal. I said that last time, didn't I? I don't like the seal. I'll stick with the Teferi on the play because it's okay against Urza Saga. If I go 1, 2, 3, yeah. And then on the draw, I'll bring in this and cut the 2 Teferis at least. We have a plan again. I mean, a hand that's just like Prismatic Ending plus Teferi just like stops amulets. And half the time, if you can stop Amulet, you can stop them from going ham. Do you know what? We've been pretty unlucky with our lands. I'm going to keep this and tuck the Eladamri's Call and just accept that we're taking a huge... No, I'm not. I'm going to tuck the Dryad. We're taking a huge risk. But if we find land on... We find land on 2... If we find a land on turn 2, we're pretty good. If we find a land on turn 3, we're probably not good. But, well... No, it'll play out okay. I really like that to be an Amulet. Don't think I crack this. I'm just thinking, like, what if my second draw is Flooded Strike? We've got Sacred Foundry, okay. Right, okay. So, yeah, I just pass. No Saga is a good sign. Play Mold as well. Worth knowing. Come on, land. Yes. Right, let's go get Sacred Foundry. This hand will kill on 4. So they only have till turn 3 and we haven't seen an Amulet yet, so that's at least some good news. Plus I have Prismatic Ending if they play Amulet this turn, so... High risk, my friend, high risk. Don't dislike it though. I'm paying for a Pact next turn, so it kind of gives me so much freedom, doesn't it? The real question here is, do I... Right, what do I have next turn? 4 mana. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have enough to go off next turn. Even casting there. The Lotus Bloom. I don't love getting rid of the Dryad there, but it has to hack away at their options. I mean, they've only 2 cards in hand. They're paying for a Pact. So yeah, if they had another land, they would have been able to bolt something. Okay, I'll spend that. I love how Len 6 reads like draw a card, add 2 mana, because that's what the combo reads, doesn't it? So this is in case of failure. Right, my fail rate is basically 0, isn't it? Unfortunately, I'd like to keep the land. Can I keep the land? 6, 7, 8, yeah. Look how this was a 1 lander that running 6 just turned into a 6 lander on turn 4. It's pretty safe to say they don't have endurance. It's also pretty safe to say that we've won. Let's get clicking. White. Blue. Green. Dryad. Wargate. Valakut. You. You. Play to Fairy. Bounce Cultivator. Draw Cultivator. Make enough mana to kill him and kill him. Sweet. Right. And I'm going to cut there to Fairies and try again. Just whatever. See, they managed to play a lot quicker this time. Interesting. How they can play fast when their clock's an issue. Boom. Right. You're dead. Onward. So I think I was going to bring in Seal, Deputy and Silence, but I'm not sure about Seal. I might just go Silence, Deputy and cut 2 to Fairies and leave 1 in. There are spots where you Wargate for this. Like if they have a non-amulet hand where they packed for a Titan, you might want to Wargate for Teferi, bounce that Titan knowing that they can't play it that turn. So let's leave 1 in. But in that same spot, Seal of Removal does the job. But Teferi's just a better card naturally drawn. Deal with like a turn 2 Saga if they end up. These are all like worst case scenarios for the Amulet player though. We don't really want a card for worst case scenarios. I mean, I had this discussion in the Discord recently, but I am light on cards for Amulet and Tron, which is why our Alpine Moon is in the sideboard. Because in this exact spot, like I don't really want Silence or Deputy or Teferi, but I don't have anything else. And actually, one of the better cards in this matchup is Birds of Paradise. You know, if you have Birds of Paradise, your Teferi can be relevant against Amulet because you can get it down on 2 and bounce the Saga, and that's pretty good. You can also get Magus of the Moon a lot quicker, a lot easier. You don't have to worry about your fetches the same. It has 2 cards that I care about, and therefore is a keep. That is a beautiful start, as far as I'm concerned. This doesn't get... yeah. I want to be able to make this cost 1. So now if I destroy this, they're down a mana, aren't they? So I don't need to do that yet. think you can make a case for just taking out the map, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna just run in 6. Don't actually need run in 6 yet, but I will next turn. I guess if I go land Dryad, I kind of regret what I've done here. I should have taken the Simic Growth out. They're just going to slowly get there. Maybe. There's a train in our house. It's a train whistle that our kids got. I'm going to shut it down. Oh man, I feel brilliant for saying that. No, that wasn't a train whistle, it was an actual train. Right, Hallowed Fountain to give me... I can just get Basic Island. I made an ass of this. I'm going to get Basic Island, play Bezidu, destroy a Simic Growth, and then I'm going to Leyline Binding this. And that should slow them down a lot. They'll have 3 mana. I can fetch my... So wait a sec, do you mean binding this and just... So just binding this and leave up Paladamri's Call? Yeah, that seems way better. Oh no! I can't do it now, can I? No, I've misplayed. I've misplayed loads. Because I don't have blue. Oh man. I've double misplayed. I needed Island, but then I couldn't play Call, so I needed to get Hallowed Fountain to play this. So now I can't do this and this. What a dick. Oh well. Still binding. But anyway, next turn. Next turn we go Eldamri's Call plus Bezidu. And then the following turn we lock them out of their lands. Man, that was poor. I got distracted. If I'd just got Hallowed Fountain and passed here, that would have been great. It's actually not a bad one of either. No, that doesn't cast. I need a green source, don't I? So green-white plays Bezidu on here, and then green-white does Eldamri's Call. Yeah. Okay. Or I can green-white for Bezidu, or I can blue X to Colossal Sky Turtle, so I have all the options. And next turn I can still fetch Basic Island and call for Magus. Okay. I might just actually double Bezidu. Are they gonna... Why did they shock? Why did they shock? I don't know what I'm doing. they have a Besiege, so they're going to Besiege my ley line to get their Dryad back. So I'm going to do something about that, right? Which means I'm going to Sky Turtle the Dryad. Is that right? Sky Turtle the Dryad. If I Besiege it, they can make a Titan, right? So if I Besiege the land, they can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, time to take a vote. Besiege the Simic Grove Chamber, or Sky Turtle the Dryad. I'm heavily leaning towards Besiege this Simic Growth. No, because that stops me. No. I'm going to bounce that. Besiege would probably give them a forest, which would stop Magus being good. And I would like Magus to be good. Timings mean that Dryad doesn't work as well, right? Oh, they have a forest. Gross. Oh, double gross. Okay. 1 and 6 has limited hours left. I was kind of hoping I could ulti it. Nice line. Anyway. So basic forest. Call for Magus, play it. There's nothing better than Magus here, is there? Like, I'm not actually close to winning. Minor downside of being unable to cultivate ever. So if they have a second Dryad, the forest turns on, so to speak. If they have a Dismember, kind of. Okay. Did not expect that. I kind of feel like we're behind, but right, is that what that means? Doesn't seem like the right matchup for it. Yeah, big trouble now. Big trouble. I mean, it makes sense, right? They... Oh no, they just have lethal. Ah, gutted. I wonder... Oh, because they just get double Valakut. Ah. I wonder if we had other lines that we could have got out of this. Yikes. I wonder if we'd have got it right and got the ley line and the hallowed fountain, we could have had Magus down like so much sooner. I think we would win, don't we? Although they have the Dismember. I don't know. I mean, it seemed right that they would have interaction when their opening play was map into Tapland into Dryad. You know, like I think so. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, we just never drew action, but yeah, having that Magus a turn sooner, I don't know if that matters. I mean, very clearly we were mana inefficient that turn, so we missed a trick. Stopped us being able to do Leyline plus Beseiju or Leyline plus Call. So it's bound to have mattered, but how much I just don't know. Bit disappointing though, but we are in the 3-1 bracket. So I mean, the moment that we've lost that is, you know, it's a bit later on, so our tiebreakers should be slightly better, and then yeah, I mean, there's still a chance, isn't there? I mean, like, to get in the top 8. There's probably only one player at 6-1 that gets in though. Is that right? Maybe 2. No, there can't be 8 players that go 7-0, right? So there's 4 players here left. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at 4-0, 7 at 4-0. So only 3 at 4 at 5-0, 2 at 6-0. So only one player can be 7-0. So there's one player at 7-0. So then everyone else at 6-1 is probably getting in. Probably. So if we run hot, we'll be alright. Not too bad though. We're doing alright. How long have we got? I mean, we've got 4 rounds worth, which is the rounds do tend to get a bit quicker, don't they? Because look how many people drop. The prizes are alright though, so we'll keep battling away. That's what I need to get football up on a screen soon. Yeah, like I only need a bit of my chat screen open. I don't really need to see the rest of my stream stats. Oh, everything just disappeared though. It's a bit weird. Do you know what I am gonna do? Will it let me like just close Modo, or does it? No, I don't want to drop from the event. I'd like to task manager it. Give it time to have a little reset. Kind of got distracted. That was a tough game, wasn't it? But we were pretty close, even though we didn't draw particularly well. So see what the rest of the football world's doing. Oh, something happening? No, nothing's happening. Just my PC having a fit. some pretty interesting football results. Well, one interesting football result. So yeah, sorry, I realise me reading the news isn't the most riveting watch. Let's go back to the list. I mean, that last game, man, I don't know. Feels like we could have won it. It really does. So does it let me replay any of the games? No, okay. I know I could just get it up on Twitch, but because again, I wonder if we'd have like leylined the Dryad and then besieged a bounce land, and then maybe we go after the other bounce land a bit sooner to really slow them down. But then that does make Magus worse. But I think we could have thought about that a little bit and known that there was a good chance of had interaction. You know, like they snap kept to 7 without an amulet in it. So yeah. Maybe I should have known. What have we got left here? Who's still fighting it out? These two guys on 3 and 1. So how many are in the 3 and 1 bracket then? Oh yeah, I'm pressing once too many. Computer's really not happy, and it's not a crap computer, but right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 26, 27 of us on 3 and 1, and I had said 7, so it's like 34 here, so then like down to like 17, and then like 8. Yeah, so 6 and 1 gets us in, right? 6 and 1 gets you in pretty comfortably, and then every now and again a 5-2 will sneak in with the best breakers. So 6 and 1 gets you here. And I mean, I don't know if the results are even getting posted at the minute. I haven't seen them showing up on Reddit, which is a shame. Anyway, we're doing our best to try and promote Tameshi, because I think GR Donkin played Amulet today and then it sounds like hasn't done very well. Did I just catch his username somewhere? No. Hey ho. I think I'm pretty happy with my sideboard plan against Amulet, to be honest. And we've beat it once, lost to it once, and we lost a dice roll both times. So yeah. So, right. What else can I show you that's not me just sat around doing nothing? I don't think any of these deck lists are actually worth looking at, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I tried Zer the Enchanter. It's just not. The thing that's really annoying is that this card is so good when you untap with it. Like you have to build with it in mind, and what that comes down to is having. So these are the criteria of things you need. You need life gain. You need something that stops lands, something that deals with permanence, and you need something to present a clock. You don't particularly need anything else, right? So if you can deal with all those things, well, let's say temporary lockdown as well as detention sphere, deal with permanence, but let's say you deal with all those things, very little that can actually beat you. You know, like most combo decks rely on their lands, and Blood Moon just stops them. And you know, you can sideboard shit for that as well, like Rest in Peace, Stony Silence. You know, let's say, Living End doesn't care about your Blood Moon. Well, no, they play don't, but we do get Rest in Peace out of the sideboard, and I'm not going to main deck. I mean, I had main decked Rest in Peace before in this particular deck in the right meta for it. This could be the same situation, to be honest. But anyway, this used to be an 80 card deck. It was a lot easier to main deck a Rest in Peace. Anyway, the point is that most decks can't beat you if you have this setup. The problem is they can beat you before you resolve your Zer, or they can kill the Zer, or they can counter the Zer, or they can... Yeah. Just all sorts of things. All sorts of things that stop you from being able to do your main thing. You could just not draw Zer, right? And then you don't win. But it's really difficult because every time I play it and I untap and I attack, I always win, and it's sort of like, well, I win like 99% of the time that I attack with Zer. Let's say 95% of the time I attack with Zer, I win the game. So surely that's worth building around. But I don't think Unholy Heat has helped with that. You know, like realistically, same as Prime Speaker. Now, Prime Speaker requires you to build around it. You need a Corridor Monitor, Renegade Value, and a Resto Angel, or a Felidar Guardian, and a Key. But if you tick those boxes, then Prime Speaker Vannifar wins when you untap. When you run 4 cards to make that happen. They happen to have more synergy than the Zer stuff. Because Blood Moon, Assault Formation, Temporary Lockdown, and some version of Life Gain, like or Detention Sphere, let's say, like, don't really have any synergy. You know, Blood Moon in a 5-colour deck, not great. Assault Formation, pretty terrible by itself. Like, you know, imagine you don't have Zer, like, you don't want to draw any of these cards really other than Detention Sphere. You don't have Zer, you don't want Assault Formation, Staggering Insight, or Blood Moon. Whereas in the Prime Speaker deck, you don't really mind drawing Felidar Guardian, you don't love drawing Kiki, but Rally is okay, Corridor Monitor sucks. So, like, it's easier to build around Prime Speaker. And both decks kind of just don't get there because 4 mana pass the turn is just too much to ask in Modern, unfortunately. Man, these guys are going at it. So, I mean, look, if you wanted to play Zer the Enchanter, I actually do think that what I have here is not as good as it gets, but it's pretty strong. Zer Eternal Schemer isn't brilliant, but it does combo nicely with Leyline Binding. You know, Leyline Binding is a pretty good card, but you give it Hexproof, Death Touch, Lifelink, and make it a 6/6. That's actually like a worthwhile synergy to have in your list. I always ran an enchantment creature so that you could, yeah, I don't know, just put a body on the board and interact. You know, like this kind of helps in the combo matchup, for example. But like, it's a bit of Companion and Scythe. They kind of suck. Spellskite. I mean, if they're deck full of removal, they deal with the Spellskite, then they deal with the Zer. They don't really care, but that's maybe a bit of a now way of thinking. Citizen, Champion, and Fable, not necessarily key. Red and 6 and Teferi, definitely not key, but they're good cards. But I think Staggering Insight is good enough. You know, like if you attack with Zer and get Staggering Insight, you gain 2. Then you get Assault Formation, you gain 5, and that will beat Burn. So I think that is very useful. But I think really the core of what I have here isn't actually that bad. It's just that, I don't know, it's pretty hard to make a 5-colour deck work anyway, especially with 60, and it wasn't good to start with. But if you wanted to play Zer, like I said, I got like back-to-back 2/3s, and could easily have been 3/2s, you know, like when a little hotter, get the right cards at the right time, maybe the right matchups at the right time, and you can easily get 3/2s. I did punt quite frequently from memory. So look, I don't think this is actually a bad deck. It's just, well, no, I do think it's a bad deck, but if you wanted to go mess around at F&M, I think this is probably a good starting point, and you could play this and you could tweak it and get a little bit better. I started with 7 Zers with three copies of this and found that it wasn't good enough, so I cut it down to 2, and then I just put it down as a 1/of in this list, but there's not a huge difference. It's a bit of Companion. Like, I used to run Eldritch Evolution was the enchanter, so when you do that, you want some 2-drops that you can trade into Zer. So then cards like Companion make a bit more sense, but you're probably better off treating like a stack of Voice of Resurgence. But again, that was a lot more feasible when you had 80 cards. Whereas now I'm just sort of like, Fable's just like a really good card. I doubt you ever really want to Zer it up. Attacking with Zer and getting a 2/2 isn't really impacting the board enough. But maybe in a big old value match where somehow you've managed to force Zer to attack, you know, playing against like a Jund style deck, Scamp for example, and somehow your Zer's resolved and you're attacking with it. I can see a world where you'd want Fable just in case they top deck a removal spell, at least you're left with a 2/2 and you get to draw 2 new cards, specifically if you've got like Deadlands in hand, whatever. It's just a good card. So, but anyway, I don't think I'll be playing Zer again anytime soon. This list is just like an old favourite, but I'm probably not going to be playing anytime soon because it's dreadful. It's a little bit better now you've got this equipment, but other than that, it's still dreadful. The more counter spells that are out in the world, the more likely I am to play it. Ooh, look, we get to stop rambling and play a game in 10 seconds. Pretty good news. Oh, wow, that game that went to time only went 2-0, not 2-1. I think this guy lost on clock. He didn't actually win the second game. I don't know if that's true. I think that would show as 1-0. Oh, Canister is double queuing. He's also playing Living End. His hand doesn't beat Living End. This hand might. Yay for double queues. We're going to take some time. Everyone's views on stream sniping? Has 350 viewers. I have 11, so you know, all's fair. I know he's on Living End because he tweeted about it, so I haven't stream sniped for that. Yeah, so if you want to watch Canister, we can. I mean, great, I guess. This is what we have going on. Man. There we go. Well, it has grief and force of negation, so my hand just got a lot worse. Do you know what? I actually don't want to do that. I mean, I kind of think... I don't want to stream snipe. Like, it's not really my jam, isn't that? If someone stream snipes me, I'm kind of like, okay, fair enough. But also, I don't want to stream snipe, but then at the same time, like, he's duo queuing. He's wasting my night, and I kind of think the petty approach to this is like, well, if he's going to waste my time, is it a big deal if I gain an advantage from him streaming? Everyone has a different opinion on stream sniping, let's be honest, so... I was meant to crack that, I forgot. But actually, I was expecting to get griefed, so he hasn't got a black card, I guess.
You want to beat, so yeah, let's go.
So, can I... This is not allowed on Twitch, let's move that straight away. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what people's thoughts are on stream sniping, but I've also got strong opinions on double queuing, so yeah. Like I say, I don't really want to stream snipe, and I'd much rather... Oh wait a sec, I wonder if my Twitch has just been booted out because I have the football on another screen. It might know. I guess I should check. Sometimes you get a black screen. I might have to put it on my mobile phone. No, we're still here. Okay, well if I end up not here, please let me know. Man, my monitor is getting quite busy. I support Liverpool. And they're playing Leeds United, which is kind of like... I know there's like a mild rivalry there. But also... my dad supports Leeds, so there's like added spice. It has grief, living end, and 2 force. Okay, yeah, it's kind of whatever. Can't do anything about it. They have to take my Teferi. Oh, they actually don't when they've got double force. So. I think he's just looking at my hand and going, none of it matters. Anyway, I'm going to stop stream sniping. But yeah, I know he has double font, so... I mean, from violent outbursts, I mean, like, this the team that sang "Always the Victim" after breaking an 18-year-old's legs. Who was the 18-year-old? I don't actually remember. I mean, look, football fans are pretty dumb, right? So they'll sing all sorts of rubbish. But at the same time, like, Liverpool have been pretty, and their fans have been pretty unfortunate for in the history of football. And you know, like in my lifetime, like, okay, Hillsborough was a roundabout when I was I don't know. I should know this. 30 years ago, 25 years ago. I can't remember. Let's have a look here. 4, 3, so it's 11. So it's lethal in 2. I mean, it can't possibly be right to just pass and hold up leyline binding. It's not right to play Tameshi. It's kind of just not right to do anything. I'm just going to run out there. I'm going to run out the Teferi and get it fond. But not anytime soon, I'm not. So he's red land, play violent outburst, gets back grief, takes leyline binding, kills me in 2. I die. I can't remember John and NB. I don't remember who the 18-year-old is in question here, but yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because like we've had a few leg breakers on our team as well, so swings and roundabouts. But yeah. What do? Do you just fire this off? I'm just going to fire it off. I'm nowhere near lethal, so I guess removing their card selection is a good thing. Has he finished his vintage game? Maybe. So I have 2 turns. Potentially, at best, I have 2 turns. Oh dear, no. Oh dear, oh dear. Is this Shardless Agent? Don't cast Living End? Yeah. So this now puts me on 0 turns left. Okay. He's used this Clark. He's playing the... I don't know if he's still playing the Vintage, but I'll make him tap cards. Wheels are falling off though after the 3-0 start, seems. We'll just make sure that I'm still here on my channel. So I don't really know how I tried sharing some support on Discord once, that got stopped pretty quickly. Oh. I think that always the victim chant is aimed at Liverpool, not by Liverpool, from what I've just read. Right, we have sideboard cards. We have bad main deck cards. That is the start. And then we cut the Survive Triumph last time, right? So let's do that. Sweet. We win the sideboarding race. I think that's all we're going to win today. Honestly, I think this game's not going to go well. Playing against a good player. Oh, I cut the Omnath normally. So what have I missed? Do I leave in this, maybe? Anyway, this hand is good enough, just. But only just. I think... Yeah, he's still playing Vintage. So yeah, I think we're in a bit of trouble. We've got a Temple Garden, play Traverse. No, Breeding Pool, play Traverse. Get Plains. Play Valakut, play Teferi. We have turn 3 Teferi, like, if they could stop that and then combo kill them, great. In most of the time they're going to be able to. They have Subtlety, Force Negation, Mystic Dispute, Grief. But we just don't have a ton of options here. We can Wargate for Tormod's Crypt, but that's not much different to playing Teferi. It still gets beat by everything except Subtlety. And to be fair, if I get to turn 3 without Grief being played, well, even if Grief is played, to play this Wargate. So, oh no, I can't play Wargate off the Valakut. So maybe we don't have that option, but because I have to play this on 2, unless I find a land on 2. So let's start by playing the Breeding Pool. So we get the Breeding Pool. We could actually just get Breeding Pool tapped and then play Traverse on 2, but that's risky because of Grief. So we just take the risk. Just unfollowed canister. I hate double queuing. I mean, what a miserable experience. It was only 4 turns last game, 5 maybe. Genuinely hope we win on clock. Actually, don't want to win on merit. Well, the football started interesting at least. How's that going in? Okay, breeding pool, basic planes. He's back on vintage. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This sucks. It really does. Screw it, I don't really care. It's bad for my play experience, so yeah. That's what we're doing. He has Mystical Dispute. And no other interaction. He's just drawn Force of Negation. Okay. Mystical Dispute, Force of Negation. So I guess I play this and then I can go Teferi next turn and then they can stop my Teferi and then they can Fawn and then I can Wargate. I think I'm going I should have gone the other way. I should have gone Wargate first because at least Teferi bounces something. So that's a misplay. I think I should have done Wargate first. That's a good draw, isn't it? They removed Shardless Agent. So they still have Dispute. So this is going to get countered. Yeah. Pretty rough, but not a lot you can do about it. At least I'm low on cards. There's not a ton of stuff in the bin. I think I just get basic Forest Plate Omnath, and like if I untap with it, it gives me a ton of mana. Oh, they're missing a land drop. Okay. Well, I just have to go for it, I guess. There's Fawn. I'm gonna fetch Shock. Play another Wargate. Get Lotus Bloom. Go blue. Play Tameshi. Play white. Get Lotus Bloom. Right. Let's see where we are then. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 mana. This is 3. This is 1. So I'd have 2 left. So I have to pick up every land, but I can go off. And just have to hope they don't have interaction. But I feel like I just have to go for it. What just happened there? I don't know. 3. go for it. Hope we don't just die to any interaction at all. Right, 5 card types in the bin. Do that, do that. Do this. Right. If they'd have had interaction by now, that we would have seen it, so... Right, we've won. Mostly because they missed a land drop. I was yield. Right. Pick up Lotus Bloom. I think I want to try and get this Ren and 6 in play as well if we got the mana. I'll do the maths on it in a sec. Like I say, the Valakut's free. Right. So the Valakut's free, the Jayad's free. Sure, we have enough mana. Just click in. So that's 7. Play Cultivator Colossus. We only need 3 bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. Right. And a scoop. Okay. So I wanted something from the sideboard, I think. No, I didn't want Omnath, I think I said. So I bring the land back in. Hang on. I have a feeling. Okay. Canister submitted his list. And he doesn't have Endurance or Leyline of the Void. He has it in the sideboard and hasn't boarded it in. And like, I have no plan for Leyline. Oh wow. No, I can't keep that, it's too risky. I will keep this, but it's not stunning. I actually think if I took this, maybe this. We took the land. Click done. I mean, there's a chance that if I can call for Endurance. Right. So because I plan to call for Endurance, I don't want to play this Traverse. And I'm quite happy to call on my turn 2 so that I like telegraph it, but I get to play Teferi on 3. That's the idea is that we just have to overwhelm their options. Green, white. Yeah, green, white. I don't need red that much. Jaws. Red and 6. Wow, okay. Play this. Play this. Pass. Okay, so we have a ton of interaction. No clock. Should be okay. Should actually be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Unlike the football, Liverpool are losing already. Okay. And the question here is if they just jam like Shardless Agent, It's because I have a bunch of street wraiths. And do I think I can beat a bunch of street wraiths? Yes. You see how many street wraiths they've got? Oh, the answer's none. They just wanted to get that out. Oh, you swine. Big grief to grief. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because they have to take that. And I think that means they have another trick up their sleeve, like another violent outburst or Charlotte's agent. Or I could just play Lavinia. Okay. Yeah, I'm up for that. Let's just play another Lavinia. Let's just play a Lavinia. Because I can then play Traverse. Man, this has just all come together really nicely. So, Basic Island, Lavinia, Traverse, Cultivator, I think. No, because I don't have Lotus Bloom. Okay, let's rethink this. I think I might just get the Endurance. It's kind of tough. I don't have red mana for Engineer, so it's not that. So it's Endurance. I think I could just outgrind them now with this Tameshi plus Tormod's Crypt. Oh, 1-1 in the football. It's been an exciting 13 minutes. Grief gets countered, they scoop. Sweet. My dad just texted me bad timing. It's okay, well, we didn't even stream snipe the last game. Moral high ground? Definitely not. Happy with the victory? Also happy. I thought they were just filling their graveyard for a future living end. We were joining Dryad, but we were just going to play Tameshi and get back Tormod's Crypt, which then obviously stops us taking 2 from here, but also gives us a lock on this. And then Endurance plus Dryad, so like you've got like Lavinia that they have to beat, Tormod's Crypt that they have to beat, and Endurance that they have to beat. And the only way that they beat that is by hardcasting 4-drops and 5-drops. They don't beat it by playing Living End anymore. So you've just stopped them doing what they're doing. And then you, hopefully, I mean, we'll never know because Modo's not that great. It's a polite way of saying it. But there's only so many, you know, it just buys us so much time, and you're double drawing each turn as well. That we can find the Wargate that we need before they can probably beat us down with 4-drops. But they really should be playing Endurance and Leyline of the Void. Like, a complete oversight from them. And like I say, I have no sideboard plan for Leyline of the Void. I have Teferi Bounce. So, okay, 6 matches left. I mean, we likely have a bit of time here, but I want to sit and watch the football, which is on this screen. So I think my best line of play is what we're interested in. Is saying next round soon. I'm watching football. I can see chat. Feel free to say hi. I'll speak if you speak, but if not, I'm going to mute. I'm going to put my sound on the football, and I'm going to enjoy a bit of football. Jesus. Right, I'll see you soon. Bye, guys. Right, we're back. Respect the Cat is a grinder. Mega grinder. Last seen playing 4-colour Omnath. Is that in a league with Kahira? It was. Okay. So I don't want Solitude. And I have two... Solitude. I don't want Prismatic Ending, and I have two of them. Which makes life rather difficult, doesn't it? Because the rest of the hand is... The hand is actually... It's not really great, is it? Let's just get rid. Let's keep this. This is fantastic. Fantastic in the matchup. I mean, I don't particularly want Leyline Binding, to be fair. It's not one of our better cards. I think I'm going to just keep his deck list open, though. It's like worth having. So they do run counter spell. Oh, we don't have background. Right, okay. I just get Stomping Ground. Yeah, I'm just gonna get Stomping Ground. Double green is slightly better than double anything else, I think. Right, because they play counter spell, and also because they don't play anything else I care about. No, damn it! I was going to play Call on their end step to try and draw a counter. Okay, right. Well, this has worked okay. So they have in their deck list 1 Leyline Binding, 4 Prismatic Ending, 3 Counterspell. They have Unholy Heat, Renin 6, Teferi, but they don't have Renin 6 and Teferi. So this is Prismatic Ending. Sorry, they might have Teferi. They don't have Renin 6. Okay, there's Teferi. That's okay. I like this spot that we're in. This is not bad. It's not a terrible draw. It's like helps us with what we're trying to do at some point. Dryad, Misty, go. Like, it's just stuff that they probably want to deal with. Oh, I should have Leyline Binding that to Fairy. Risen Reef. Okay, so the list I have in front of me isn't accurate, essentially. So I'm just going to get rid of it. I'm going to stop looking at it because it doesn't matter. But at least we have Leyline Binding. Okay. Now I kind of want them to... So they removed a Fable. Is this like hit a white land, ephemerate? So they took out Dryad. So I can down tick kill this and then Leyline Binding. Oh, okay, right. Okay. I'm not sure what I want to do here. I really don't know. I like making land drops. Okay, I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. I'm gonna call for Tameshi, and I'm gonna play Goblin Engineer. See where that takes us. It takes us right into Endurance Town, doesn't it? But we put some stuff into play. We have threats. That's all you can really say. We have threats. Of 1. We have Renin 6, we have Tameshi. So, like, it's not the worst. It's also not the best. I mean, this just screams leyline binding, so that's what we've got to try and play around now. Right, I'm just going to make sure that the stream is still streaming, because I do have that on the other screen. Football. Okay, we're still here. This is good. So, Mizzen Reef, bad news. Officially bad news. It's just not. Oh, it's Keruga, not Kahira. Ah, so they're not a 1-in-6 deck. I wish I'd seen that sooner. I don't need to uptick this, so I think I leyline. Yeah, I think I leyline. Take this out, down tick, hit this. So we're doing a good job of like keeping the pain to a minimum. They can't have counter spell because obviously they have Keruga. And then we just pick this up and draw a card and pass the turn. But if they have endurance, well, not a lot we can do about that. Solitude, much less worse. I have more outs to that. Though that draw isn't brilliant, is it? But we will stop. We won't play lands now because we've, like, Air Cultivator is kind of good. Ah, no. I should have sacked that, but I was F6. Because now they can prismatic ending that. Gloomzog, hello. How are you? Yeah, this was real bad. Our prismatic ending is not playable in Keruga. I keep forgetting they have Keruga. Yeah, just look, we've got to do something. I don't know, it's like not a sentence, but it just feels like, yeah, I want to try and get the deck on the map a little bit more. You can't. I think they can tap it, can't they? I think that's okay. Do they not draw if I sack it? I'm gonna sack it. I'm gonna add 3 mana. And I'm gonna besiege you this. Nice. So yeah. So now I don't think they draw a card, but they get a land, obviously. But I get to. Whereabouts is the vacation? Let's do that. Play this. Get Survive, try on and pass. The question here is, do I care about that treasure token? I think the answer is not really. They're down to 3 cards. They have Keruga, they have treasure, so like they can go a bit nuts here, but I think I just have to, yeah, just lump it. Dominican Republic, nice. Oh, I thought the weather would be amazing over there. I just assume it is all year round, to be fair, but it's a shame. Keruga is in hand. Right. go then, shall we? We have Keruga and 2. Tameshi. I pick up this to cycle it later. I don't know if I want to cycle it now. Like, I don't know if they have removal now, so they have treasure tokens, so they can actually hardcast Solitude. So that's what's happening here. That's a shame. It is a shame, is that? So they hardcast Solitude. I cry a little bit. Draw a card. It's Traverse. Interesting. Sugar, I need a white sauce. So I'm going to have to fetch Shock. Yeah, I'm going to have to fetch Shock, get a white. And I want to Leyline Binding this in response to Keruga. Because Keruga draws a card. And I don't want him to draw a card. Also, I don't really want them to kill my red and 6 either. It's kind of doing a lot of work. Quietly. It's quietly doing a lot of work. Huh. I could just cash in the Engineer here. I don't hate that at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The likelihood is that I'm going to now remove this with Leyline Binding, but yeah. Yeah, I probably could have just preempted this. But I want to stop him drawing a card. Two cards, 3 mana, so it's endurance or bust time for them. Is this other Lotus Bloom off yet? No. I'm paying 5 mana for 5/4s, not too bad for us. I just wonder whether I should wait a turn. Nope. The answer to that question is nope. So, we'll lead with Traverse. Yeah, we have 4 card types. Let's play Traverse. Let's grab Tameshi. Play Tameshi. Now we need to just draw well. But we have a couple of looks. Well, we got a look, don't we? We got a look. There's one of the cards we need. So, let's go land. White, green, white. I'm going to pick up this Dryad before we combo as well. Let's just do it now. Dryad. Blue land. Tap it. Uptick. Pick up fetch. We're going off. So I need 10 mana. So let's just make sure we've got it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So now we can Wargate and leave a land in play, which puts us. And then we have this Teferi to pick up the Cultivator again. So we have it. 8, 9, many, many, many. 7. Cultivator Colossus. I have 9 lands in hand. I would like to play as many of them as possible until we see a Valakut, and then I would like to play that one and then play more. I could stop now and go get Valakut. I think I probably should. You can run out of cards. So let's... Also it saves a bit of clock, which actually I'm really behind on. I need to speed up. Man, I don't want to lose on clock after my rants earlier. Valakut. Burn, burn. Just add 7. Bounce it. Play it. Kill you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Click no. Done. Done. Right. That took too long because I don't know what I'm playing against. I don't want anything. Tracker and Deputy, I think. And Deputies are questionable. Include. I think I want to cut the a Lotus Bloom for a Tracker. I think I want a Deputy. But do they just remove my Deputy with the like? Yeah, I think it just triggers too many. I wanted as many removal spells for Risen Reef as possible. I'm going to keep Prismatic Ending even though it's 3 mana. For 3 mana, so it's not great. It's better than Deputy. Lavinia is an issue. Teferi is an issue out of his deck. But we decided out a Lotus Bloom to help with that, so let's just go with this. I mean, I could see an argument for silence, but it's card disadvantage. I think the 3 Teferi is fine. Lavinia, no. I mean, they have Endurance and Solitude and Fury, but like, they can just cast them. They only evoked 1 that game. I guess it slows them down, but... Okay, we'll give it a go. What's the cut? Is it a Prismatic Ending? Oh, too late. I'll give it a go next game. If we get a next game. This is sweet. I want to keep this. Quicker, please. I'd like to keep it quicker. Suspend. Play Tapland. There's a little bit of me that's scared of some sort of Blood Moon effect. But I can traverse for a basic, so if I go basic... Oh, no, they're not going to do that. They're playing 5 colours, aren't they? They're not going to do that. They've got Leyline Binding themselves. So they're tapping my land. Because they're shocked. That's fine. Ish. It's not great. Let's go get... Savai? Yeah, let's go get red. The other one. Green. Let's go get the black one. I guess that's right. Okay, I just don't know their list at all. I mean, this card here is very good. I don't like seeing it, but do you know what? We're in a really good spot because This is a good card. And this is... I need basic island at some point, don't I? So let's play this and pass. If they tap out for Teferi, I mean, I know they're not quite tapping out, but because everything costs 3 or more, if they tap out, I can Wargate, and then I can Wargate, and then I can Tameshi all in one turn. So, and like, yeah, I think you're right that Lavinia would be really good because of the tempo. I mean, we're not going for Blood Moon, are we? Let's just... We don't need to go basic. Yeah, this is what we expected, and also not the end of the world because we have Wargate. It's the end of the world if they have Subtlety. Mystical Dispute. It's bad for us then, like actively really bad. But other than that, it's not the end of the world. What's the phrase? But suck it and see. Okay. Can't get card types in the bin, but I can get close. So, right, okay. They evoke. Sad times. We have another Wargate. Yeah, Lavinia is really good. I could see another copy really easily. Oh man, I didn't pick up a land first. That's an oversight as well. It's a misplay. I kind of wish... You know, I could have run in 6 uptick before doing all of this, and I don't think they went out the endurance. Obviously they don't. So... Okay, that reflection isn't good for us, but that's not bad. We can combo from here, possibly. Ah, okay, that's a nice line. So if they have a white card, that's a really good spot to be in. Because then they can reflection the turn after. I mean, I have to jam into their mana here, but yeah, there's just no choice. Actually, there is a choice. I could leyline binding this reflection. I've messed this up. I can't Wargate and Tameshi and activate. I can leyline binding. Flipping heck. I'm pretty tempted to just Wargate and then leyline binding. Ugh. Right, I'm just gonna leyline binding. I don't know. Plays around dispute, I guess. So they have Solitude that we know about. It looks like we're doing okay because we've got 6 cards in hand, but we're not. They've all lands. They have infinite mana now. And like, yeah, so they pick up Keruga here, I assume. No. Omnath, okay. If they play land this turn, no. Don't think they have. Okay, that land is fine. So now we know that they have Solitude and the mana to cast it, so that's not great. Oh, and the last card, Mystical Dispute. Yuck. That's not last card, is it? But anyway, still yuck. So where are we? We can... Okay, I think we're pretty much dead, and I'm going to play quick. They can pick up Keruga, they can have Solitude. I think I'm just winning this list back. No, I'm going to bring in the Lavinia, aren't I? But at this point in the game, it doesn't stop anything. Lavinia doesn't actually stop them. I know it does stop them evoking, but it stops them, doesn't stop them hard casting. So now they have Solitude mana. Let's just concede. Damn. Okay. I do want Lavinia. Do I want silence? Some matchups you just take out combo pieces. Let's try this. I have to play bloody quick though. I forgot about that. Keep. Basic Island. Basic Island seal, pass. And then I'm going to be passing for many, many turns. Round 6 versus Keruga Elementals. Win-loss. X. I'm panicking. I don't think I have to play that quick. Yeah, I'm okay with ice. Ice is fine. So you tap my land, fine, and then I might want to traverse for a basic so that I can play Omnath and have a fetch backed up. But I could always do that next turn and not play Omnath until the turn after. Okay, I think what I'm going to do now I've drawn that is just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait for as long as humanly possible. Essentially until this comes off suspend. And then I'm going to try and do lots and lots of Omnath. It might not give me a choice. If they play Risen Reef, Fable, I kind of just have to get on with it. So they play Fable, so I kind of have to get on with it. I'm going to just use my fetch and hope to draw on more, because... Oh no, not. Perfect. It's actually pretty Right, I have to hold up. I can't F6. I need to have seal ready to bounce my Amnoth. They can't have a firm rate, but they can have touch of reality, touch of spirit realm, touch of spirit realm. Whew. All these games have been super tight. They've all been 3s, except one. It's very okay. Not great because the Lotus Bloom's suspended, but I could kill this goblin. Yeah, I'm going to kill this goblin. Ah, too late. What am I doing? I should really paw. Because now they have Mystical Dispute. I should really paw. Guess they had it anyway. Damn it. Right. Okay. That was a really bad play, but let's put in Dryad and 2 lands. Shit, let's put Dryad and 1 land. I don't think I'm going to bounce this token now, even if they have an answer to the Dryad. I don't particularly... I don't think I want to use the seal on the Dryad. No, I don't. Do I want to get rid of this token? No, I don't. Because if they have Mystical Dispute, like they're not tapped low. If they have Mystical Dispute, this Tameshi doesn't resolve, I need to bounce the Reflection of Kiki and give them more value, which is a disaster, but it's much worse for them to untap with it. So that doesn't come in. Nope. Not today. This has to get counted before the Tameshi. I want the Tameshi. Nope, can't pay it. This sucks. I think we've lost. I feel like there was moments where we might be able to win this game 3, but I'm not sure where they are, but they have 5 cards. So I just don't think we win from here. I don't really know what's gone wrong. I guess it's drawn pretty awful. Need to get this live. Did your Lotus Bloom fairly late? Right, they have 3 mana. I mean, we want to on for a hiding, but I guess Tameshi. It's too tough. I don't think we can beat this. I think I have to put it on top, but it's such a bad situation. I think we just lost, but I mean, they're putting me on 6, and then they can get Keruga this turn if they wanted to, but they just seem to have it all. GG, well played. This hasn't happened for us. GG. Win, loss, loss. So we're not going to top 8 here. When did they pick that up? I completely missed that. Yeah. Pretty good. Outs though. No, no outs. GG. Yeah, destroyed us. Destroyed. Felt close in the second game, but not in the third. I don't think we drew well. We were continuing not to draw well. But yeah. 4-2s. Not the end of the world, like I say. I think I said at 3-0 that I would take 5 and 2, so we're still on for that. I think 5 and 2 gets us. I mean, we're in 12th position currently. So even if we drop to like. Well, how many? These are all 3-2s, so 2 of them are going to go on to 4-2. So even if we drop to 14th on breakers, 14th on breakers, and then win our last game, we'd go into the top. We'd stay in the top 16. I think, which is a good day out. I mean, I paid 30 ticks to play because I didn't have the play points. So, and then I get 10 treasure chests. So I'd be turning a 30 ticks into 300 play points, which is the right rate, and then turning 10 treasure chests into like 25 ticks. So I don't know. I'm paying 5 ticks for 300 play points, so it is about right, but only if you can use the play points, which I tend to because I'll brew something shit and play it. Whereas a lot of players have like infinite play points, and those play points are not worth 30 ticks, and they're not tradable, obviously. So anyway, back to watching football for a little bit, I guess, since it's all a bit quiet. I guess I should just go check on my partner as well. Yeah, I'm gonna just BRB a sec. Back soon for last round. Right. Back soon for last round. Oh, fever pitch. Sorry, I didn't see your message. Yeah, Decklist is here. I don't know if you got it. We're doing okay. 4-2. I think 4-3 would be quite disappointing, having been 3 up, but them's the draws, I guess. There's some pretty good players in the 4-2 bracket. Doom Switch, Meninone, Mistaken. These are just players that I know. Six Moo, he's pretty regular. I think Motown, Uriel, however you say that. Those are all players that I know. Unknown Player 1, pretty regular. So yeah. Also, I've seen the username Succulent before. I think used because it's a disliked word. Anyway, I'm going to just mute you guys, mute me actually, and just put some sound on the football till the next round. Hello. I'm currently watching football, waiting for the last round. I'm 4-2. We've got like 10 minutes to wait until the next round fires, probably 5 minutes. And then we need 5-2 to make a reasonable return on our 30 ticks investment. What time are you playing in paper? Or? Oh, nice. Nice. You're about to go into round 1. Oh, okay, cool. Good luck. Hope it does well. Tameshi. Oh, I have 30 seconds left, so I will get rid of that. I am here and present, and I'm slowly. I don't know. We started 3-0, so, and we were 4-1, so you kind of think, yeah, 3-0, 3-1, 4-1. You kind of think, oh, okay, well, maybe, just maybe, we can 5-1, 6-1, maybe top 8. Whereas now I think 5-2 is not going to be good enough. There's going to be 6 players, so there's only 2 people at 5-2 that will get through, and there's a lot of people to try and beat to get to that. Like, as in, there's a lot of people that will end up 5-2. Oh, nice. So, what have I got? Have I got that right? Yeah, so there's going to be like 32 through to 13. So there's like 19 players there, and then half of the 5-1 bracket. So 3 to 12 is 9 there. So it's like 4 and 19. 19 and 9, 28. There's going to be like 14 or 15 players at 5-2, and maybe 2 that get through. Let's see 14 days ago on creativity, but he's played creativity every single time he plays. It's actually a good matchup for us, but this is not the best hand for it. But I mean, I would happily fire this off on a treasure token or whatever. But I mean, it's a turn 4 kill, and like he said, hi, have fun. That's the first person in this challenge who wants to have fun. It's nice. I can't really judge though, because I haven't said it. I was gonna 3-0, but I thought, I was getting what's the word? Superstitious. I'd gone 3-0 without saying good luck, so why would I start saying good luck now? Irrelevant nonsense, right? Ah, what a draw that is. Just what you want. Absolutely zero reason not to fly this off and get Tameshi. Plenty of reasons not to play Tameshi yet. I'm sort of tempted to play it, but I mean, my assumption is they will have some. Oh, that is perfect. A lot of their interaction is just going to miss here. Kind of need a second Tameshi, that would be the nuts. That is not it. I mean, if they have Bolt, we have a draw. Yeah, we'll pick up that. Why not? So they have the Bolt. Okay. Well, guess I'm just playing a fair cultivator on turn 4, but then it would die, but I don't think... So wait a sec, let me work this out. They go... Creativity... Archon, I discard Prismatic Ending. They attack, I take 9, is that right? And then if they were to play another cruelty, I'd take 12, I'd still live. So on the basis of I live if this dies, unless I draw Tameshi, I'm just going to have another go, right? I'm going to just sack both blooms and draw an extra card. Oh, that is a Tameshi. Okay. Okay, we just won. A good draw. A very good draw. That's a really good draw as well, because the cultivator's going to stick about. Which is always nice. Let's play a cultivator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I haven't found Dryad or the other thing. Valakut, yeah, but it doesn't really matter, we're gonna get there. Like so. Let's go red, green. I'm gonna play the Omnath. Mostly because I actually don't want the Omnath. That's I'm not going to be playing it game 2, so it's a little sloppy, but I didn't actually check that I had enough mana to do that. I just did it. Now we have mana. So I need Wargate or Valakut, plus I have Traverse for Dryad. I have enough now. Let's stop. 1 for good luck. 2 for good luck. Let's stop. Valakut. Now we'll stop. I actually get it from my opponent because my clock is lower than theirs. Let's have a nice storm count. How many lands do I need? 6, 7 lands. I have 5. 6, 7. And weirdly, I don't think they could kill me if I didn't have 7. I didn't actually need to play that. I don't know why I did. I'm getting lag just because of Modo just being an absolute shit show. And I don't like saying GG when I win. Some people take that as me being as bad. Yeah, I could have traversed for Dryad, yeah, but I obviously just need to carry on. So this is a really interesting matchup because certain versions require certain answers, and they had Bolt, so it's quite a big incentive to play. See, these are good, but they're not stunning. I'm not sure how good Teferi is, to be honest. I could see us cutting them, but I don't know if they have Thoughtseize. That's what it really comes down to. What did their last list have? Fire Ice, Prismari Command, Lightning Bolt. Two Fluster Storm, 2 Mana Leak, 4 Spell Pierce. Yeah, good enough reason to play Veils from at Burlington, so let's do that. That looks pretty clean, actually. Let's take out the removal that kind of misses anyway. I think you can argue for Leyline Binding or not. But the question then becomes, what's the cut? If you want to play Leyline Binding to tag a token, or tag the other thing, the big guy, then sure, like, I'm not against that, but what are the cuts? I can find space for one. Maybe I can cut the last Teferi. But it does protect us. Slew removal does the same job, but better, I think, because you can recur it. Let's just run that. You could cut Teferi here. Teferi Traverse. You could cut Traverse here. It's not key. It's just nice. Nice to have. So we're getting there. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not brilliant. They've moved to 5. Okay, so we've ended. I don't think that was going to be a compliment. And I don't know if that was sarcastic. He seems unhappy. It's 7. We've just finished, unfortunately. Though, not necessarily, though very likely, but we can... I think someone will sneak in at 5-2. Well, I mean, that is the quickest round ever. Look, I'm going to come back and talk to you if you want me to, but I'm going to just throw a pizza in the oven. Yeah, there is an off chance. I think there's 2 players that can sneak in at 5-2. But let's work it out. I lost to the guy who's 7-0'd, so that's good for my breakers. They did a deal, surely. No? Maybe not. That's a very quick finish. But okay, let's look at this. So those two are through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 5-1s. Which is going to make 6. Is that 6? It's 10 5-1s. So 5 of those are going to be 6-1s. There's already a 6-1 and a 7-0. So there's one spot for 5-2. Okay. One spot for 5-2. But it could be me. I have played against Respect the Cat, who's 5-1. And a game up. So if he wins his match, that helps me. And I've played against a 7-0 guy. This is the last round. There's one slot, I think. But 5-2... Please, I have to assume it gets me into the top 16, which is where you get your list posted at that point, right? I played Canister, who could end up 5-2 as well. So if I play a 5-2 and a 6-1 and a 7-0, I've got to have pretty good breakers. I did lose to the top 2 guys, but I beat Canister. I have to have fairly good breakers here, I would think. I mean, I'm not really an expert on this kind of stuff. Whenever I played in paper and I couldn't work it out, then I would. Whenever I couldn't, if I couldn't work it out, I'd just be like, look, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I just want to play. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. But I did it like 10 years ago. My paper collection is like, it's absolutely minuscule. It's mostly on this desk. I have the end of my Amulet sideboard from when I last played that. I have 2 Tireless Trackers and 2 Relic of Progenitors. And Engineered Explosives. Or more precisely, an Explosives Artificials. Not sure what language that is. I think I was told Italian when I bought it, but could be wrong. There's a... What else? Oh, there's a 3rd Tireless Tracker. Wonderful. I do happen to have an Amuleto del Vigor. Ooh. My desk is a bit of a mess, actually. I do happen to have a few more cards upstairs, I think. I mean, Tez is a pretty sweet legacy deck. I liked it more when it was a bit unknown, but I mean that's just me being pointless. It kind of sucks when opponents are pretty unhappy as they leave. It kind of... I almost feel sorry for them. Almost. Pretty sure I was calling my deck shitty though. Is that a big event, Nerd Rage Gaming? It sounds big. Man, this is going to last a while, isn't it? Mid-sized. What's mid-sized? What's that mean? Like... Okay. Like What sort of turnout do you expect? Team tournaments are the best. I've only ever been to one. So when I stopped playing Paper Magic in 2018, but at that point it was my only event that year, or maybe my second event of the year. I played it in December, so you get a feel for what I was doing at that time. I was picking events around. I mean, 2018, my kid was born January 18, so so that year I didn't play much, but the year before I didn't either, because I played football on a Saturday, and I've done that for like 5 years. So for the last 10 years I've either had a kid or had football commitments, and a partner for the whole 10 years, so the same partner for 10 years. So you can't realistically go play football on a Saturday and then go play Magic on a Sunday. So I would just pick the events that I would really enjoy. So I went to a few GPs, but finding a GP in England that's doable in a day, that's well, actually not doable in a day. GPs were 2-day events, but finding a GP that you can do that fits around my football or my child and my partner, and in the UK, and is modern. There was 3. So the first 2 I stayed over, and the third one I didn't. No, in fact, there was only 2. The other one wasn't a GP; it was just a big event. The first 2 I stayed over, and the third one I just drove an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, to play this Magic event, assuming I wouldn't day 2. It was a team event where I wasn't expecting. I didn't know the guys I was playing with. Didn't know if I was going to have a good time. It was a bit sort of like, well, they need a body. I am a body that can play Amulet. Let's go do it. So we did, and we absolutely crushed. We were one game away from cashing the event. I had a really good time. Really enjoyed it. I was playing Sakura Tribe Elders in Amulet back in 2018. It was just the best time. Legacy Modern, Pioneer next weekend, as was Unified Modern, which is better. We did so well. I mean, I think I went 4-3 on the first day, and they carried me through. Might have even 3-4, but on the second day, I think I went 6-0. I beat KCI in the last round. I beat KCI on turn 2 with a double Amulet draw, which was awesome, because KCI was like just on the brink of getting banned. But I remember like highlights of that event where like one of my plays, I can't remember the exact board state, but it was against Storm, very likely to die, didn't have lethal but had just a stacked hand, and I ended up attacking with a Primeval Titan, getting Simic Growth Chamber and Teleria West, and then pacting. So the first Titan I planned this to turn earlier. So my first Titan, I didn't have an Amulet, so I grabbed Slayer Stronghold and Boros Garrison for the next turn. And then when the next turn turned up, I Summoner's Pact first Sakura Tribe Elder and put it into play, and used a bounce land that I had to pick up a Bajuka Bog. They went for give some Gliven into Past in Flames, and I gave my Sakura Tribe Scout, gave my Sakura Tribe Scout haste and flashed in a Bajuka Bog, and they was like, wow, and then scooped. They were like, that is a nice play. I was like, yeah, it is. I've been doing that online a little bit. And it's the sort of stuff where like, that only happens if you jam, I don't know, you probably have to play 30-40 games against Storm to even realise that that's a line that you might want to take. And then for that situation to come up, it was pretty unique and pretty awesome. So yeah, I mean that was Unified Modern was just so good. I played a Unified Modern just after MH2 when Scale started picking up Saga. Got in top 8 in a Theoso team field. Nice. Yeah, the GP was like 180 players. 180. But that's the thing, like, so in England you have the GPs and obviously they rotate from format to format. But also after that, yeah, I mean it's like London for me is not like, it's not really doable. It's a really expensive place to go and it's not easy to get to, and I mean, it is easy to get to, but it takes a long time from where I am, and then I'm nowhere near my missus and the kids. So outside of that, like there's maybe once a year like a 300 player tournament, and then not even that, like 150, 200 player tournament, and then the rest of the time they're just like little 30, 40, 50 player events, like the best you're gonna get. So I've definitely got to the stage now where like traveling like even an hour to go play 5 rounds, it'll take me 5 hours. I'd just rather do this. Like I've been able to go get a drink, been check on the missus, chuck a pizza in the oven. I've been able to do all those kind of things, and not had to lose 2 hours traveling. And like I think the thing with Magic in paper specifically is that if you have friends there, the time in between the rounds is really good fun. But a lot of my RL friends that played Magic don't anymore, so but I still like the game, so I'm here. But generally, my friends have stopped playing. If you wonder why I keep staring at this screen, it's because I've got the football on it. And it's got a turn 399 income off. 8-back hated it. Now, that's quite funny though. So you couldn't have lethal, but you did enough to scare the shit out of them. I just need to go check on my food. For food. The football's not gone well, but this has. Man, half the matches are still going. It's going to be a long time before I find out if I'm one of the luckiest Magic players in the tournament. Did Canister win? Where's Canister? Canister's still going. It's because he's duo queuing. Expect the cat won, that's good. He won, that's good. I think I played Keruga? I don't know. One sec. Right guys, a bit of a tricky one this, but I am going to go spend some time with the missus and have some tea, but I need to leave the stream open in case I'm one of the one of like 20 that gets in the top 8. So so I'm going to leave the stream running so that I can watch it on my phone, but I'm not going to be here. So, I mean, realistically, guys, the odds of me still being here in half an hour's time is like Well, it's like what, 5%? It's pretty low. It's pretty low. So, yes, do. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Like, I'll just close the stream. If I'm not in the top 8, I'll just close the stream. I won't really be coming back and like chatting shit. B-Rack, King Kalev, good luck with Tameshi. It's going to be good fun. It's great fun. The deck's great fun, isn't it? Like, that's the one thing, like, today, like, and the last time I played it, and every time I stream it, I always have a good time with it, so that's nice. Okay, I need to go back to this favourite play. My favourite playing paper was going against Amulet Titan Mirror, and I ran Imprison in the Moon combo. Imprison their Titan, I made it, I think it was 8 times dangerous, somewhere to give them all haste. That's gross. I think my favourite play was against Ad Nauseam, back when it didn't have Thassa's Oracle and I was playing Amulet, and I kept attacking my Titan, and they kept like Angel's Grace, Fixing Unlife, like they just stopped me from doing anything. So I stopped playing lands, and I just picked up all my lands, and they went to combo, and we had a Pact to Negation fight that they won, which I was expecting, and then they lightning stormed, and then they did lethal, and then I started pinging all my bounce lands that I'd picked up at their face, and they went out of lands before I did, and I beat Ad Nauseam like that in a tournament once, in a paper tournament. Like, all the good lines that you do, never remember them if you do them online. Do them in paper, brilliant. You absolutely love it, because you get people's reactions and everything else. What a game. What a game. Just don't get that experience with very many other things. Like sport you do, like poker, stuff like that. It's great. Right. Let's put a new message up in case new people turn up. No, thanks for watching, guys. Don't thank me for streaming. I enjoy streaming. I enjoy... Essentially, if I'm sat here playing, I'd rather just talk whilst I play rather than just sit in silence. Every now and again, I like to put some TV on or whatever. But this is way more fun than just playing in silence. Only playing games if make top 8 on my 5-2 record. Very unlikely. Currently eating pizza. Wait at your own risk. Done. Right. I'm done. I'm going to see you soon, guys. Yeah, cheers, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.